Good morning, good evening, and everything in between. How are we today? Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Are we doing well? Have we been staying safe and making good choices? Oh, I'm expecting today to be so scuffed. I literally just flicked across, and just before I said anything, I saw that my mic was muted. We are putting out fires as they happen, I swear. Hello, everyone. Man, we have some crazy things happening today. We're gonna be finishing... thank you so much for the resub. Let's go, 6 months. Oh my god, we're gonna have an insane day today, y'all. So like, 12's hair, how have y'all been? I've been like almost crying at my desk for like the last like hour. It's been great. It's been so funny. Oh my goodness, y'all. Okay. So anyway, as you can see, I'm a little bit different to where I sit like usual. So Mari, one of your thrown items are mislabeled. Ah! Wait, where is my... Wait, why are my alerts sounding so delayed? Give me a second. Wait, which one's mislabeled? Why is this delayed? You know what? It's cooking. I'll give it that. Oh, love that. Oh my god, the bots are back. That's crazy. Oh, there it is! Thank you so much for the gifted. Oh my goodness, guys. Guys! I believe it's one of the twofold items. Oh, okay. I can get that fixed. I can get that fixed afterwards. I don't know why it was mislabeled. That's a bit silly. Oopsies. But hello, everyone! Man, okay, so... we have some very insane, exciting... Oh my god. Thank you, audio. God bless you, God bless you. Anyway, so, we have some insane things today. Where is that audio coming from, actually? Because my alerts thing didn't... You know what? Fine, that's a later problem. Alerts and I, we have beef today. That's fine. What was that alert sound? I forgot that I changed alert noises again. Anyway, so, I'm gonna have to post this in 2 different places and announce it at the same time. So bear with me, this is gonna be so scuffed. But, I have been working very hard, and like only a couple of people knew about it this week, but I've been working on this for quite a few weeks now, starting to get the pieces all together, but... oh my god, I'm so nervous. So anyway, it's time to puts on the shill hat. I would like to announce that I, Marielle Aurelia, will be hosting my first ever Donathon this month. You are all invited. So we're gonna be hosting a Donathon over the 26th to the 28th, which for the Americans is the 25th to the 28th, because time zones are so funny. But I'm really excited to announce that we're gonna have 3 days of absolute insanity. We're gonna be going hard. We're gonna be doing crazy things. It's gonna be absolutely insane. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the gifted. Oh my god, guys. 2 days. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So Friday morning to Sunday evening. We're gonna be a little silly with that one. Thank you so much, everybody. So yeah, we're gonna be doing some crazy things. We're gonna be a little silly. So basically, I'm gonna quickly drop something very important. I have also converted it to EST times, because EST is like the time zone that I work best around, because it's the easiest one for me. But we'll jump straight across. So basically what it's going to be for is, as a lot of y'all know, I am planning on visiting Offkai this year. And So basically, it's expensive. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the gifted. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh my lord. Y'all. Thank you. But yes, basically what's going to be happening is over those days we are going to be doing a lot of streaming. There's a lot of collabs already organized, some that are getting finalized still, and yeah, just for those few days we're gonna be silly, put on our little clown hat, get in the ring and do a lot of streams. I will be setting it so that the timer will start at 12 hours on 10 a.m. January the 26th in +8 GMT. That is 9 a.m. 9 p.m. January the 25th in EST time. So for the Americans, this will be starting in the evening. For everyone in the +8 time zone, this will be starting in the morning on the Friday. And we will be working our way all the way up to as much as we can by the 28th, which will be the 28th for both time zones, one in the morning, one in the evening. There are quite a few goals in there that I think are a little bit silly. I checked with a few people for feedback on a few of them, and everyone seemed pretty happy with them. But if there are any that you guys don't feel are appropriate or you would have better ideas for them, please let me know. I have advised that they could be subject to change, so if we do feel like the vibes are not being met, I am happy to change the vibes. But yes, speaking of like goals and everything, so basically if I can't get to 0 before the end of the donathon, it will be capped, so it will not extend past those days. If I cannot hit that end like that 0 by the end time, there will be a punishment decided by the kindlings in the Discord server before it starts. So over the next few weeks, we will be discussing certain punishments. There will be a punishment wheel that people will have access to as personalized incentives that will get spun every time a certain amount is donated per person. So we'll also be deciding what you guys want to see on that punishment wheel. You know, very, very silly things. And in terms of what games we'll be playing, there are some that are still to be finalized, but I can say that we'll probably be doing Team Gay Valorant. We're going to be doing, I can confirm, and I will announce this now because I'm silly like that, there will be a Pokemon Coach Lock challenge, randomized coach lock. So I will be guiding someone who has never really played Pokemon before and definitely hasn't played a Nuzlocke before in everything Nuzlocking in stream, which will be very fun. I had to teach type charts today. So already we're off to a great start with that one. We'll do a lot of community games, so a lot of Jackbox, all things like that. Lethal Company will be open to everyone. I will post what mods you need to have to be able to access, and we'll get that all sorted so everyone can join in. And there's a lot more to be finalized, but I have organized a the time needs to be finalized still with the person, but there is a very important collab that a lot of people have been very excited for that I will not directly announce yet, but that will be happening because I have spoken with them and we've got their availability, so we're just finalizing where in the schedule. So that's exciting. I'm really excited. I'm very nervous, but I'm very excited because that's huge. I didn't think we'd get that far. So we have some very, very, very big things. Thank you, Mama. Enjoy resting in bed. Stay safe, make good choices. But yeah, we have a very, very big collab happening. We'll have Team Gay getting together. And yeah, there's a lot more where that came from. I'm still reaching out to a couple of people to see if they would be willing to do collabs. It's a little bit funny in terms of like finalizing a schedule because, oh my god, I don't know when I'm gonna like need breaks or anything because I don't know how long I'm gonna stream in like time slots and all that. Hydrate, thank you so much for the hydrate. Let me take a sip. That was a big drink actually. And a stretch. Thank you for the stretch. But yeah, a few other people will be receiving messages from me over the next couple of weeks because there are so many people to message. Oh my god. It's been a great time. There's been a lot of pre-planning. My DMs are always open. I'm aware. That was a very pointed thing that I just said. But yeah, we're very excited for everything that's going to be happening. And anyway, the next slide. Goals. So the goals, as I said, are subject to change depending on what you guys are interested in. If there's any that you guys are like, no, that's stupid, remove it. We can talk. We can discuss it. First off, swear ban for 1 hour is going to be the hardest thing of my life, and that 1 hour will just keep resetting every time I break it, so that 1 hour could end up being 5 hours depending on how we go, because it's going to be insane. I can't go an hour with swearing. It's going to take all of my self-control. $20 will be a spoonful of Vegemite, because I was like, what's a really Australian thing that I can do for you guys that I personally hate? And I hate Vegemite with every fiber of my being. But I will take that spoonful of Vegemite for y'all. I will do the thing that we trick Americans to do. It's like a taste of my own medicine. ASMR voice for 1 hour. So during the donathon, once that is hit, we'll set an hour timer. We'll go a whole hour with ASMR voice. Release the old Mario emotes from the Void to the Discord server. So a few people have asked me if we could bring back the old emotes. I hunted down the original files because I didn't think I saved them, but I found them recently. So if we hit that goal, I will release those. Those are the ones where I spent, I think, $4 on a cheap little like base and then filled them in myself before I had Shira come for the proper ones. At $88, chat will decide on one safe for work tweet. So y'all get to pick one tweet that is safe for work. That is my only request. That it is not horny and does not get me cancelled or punished. Anything else, I don't care. It just has to be safe for work. At $100, we will give Cinder the Australian or the British AI voice option, and this will be permanent from all things onwards. So that one's gonna be funny. Currently she has the American voice, but I need y'all to hear this. Okay. Do you guys want to hear what those voices sound like? Because like, it's funny. I was listening to, because there's a whole heap of different like accented voices, and I was like, oh my god, I hate Million Aspen. Oh, the pain. Oh, the insanity of that statement. Oh my god, I mean, yeah, that one's gonna be insane. But yeah, are you guys ready for this? Let me change it. So, the Australian female voice. God, this is gonna be so funny.
This is a test.
So that's the Australian AI voice. And this is the British.
This is a test.
So we're gonna have a lot of fun with those options. I'm gonna put her back to her normal one. So those are our options. Chat will get to vote once we hit that goal on which one it's gonna be. I think the Australian one's hilarious. It gives me psychic damage every time I hear it, so hopefully it does it for y'all too. I hope we're all feeling that one. At $110, we will have the My Immortal fanfic read-along session. I am personally excited for that one. I've always wanted to do a stream where I read My Immortal. I think it's silly. I think it's a rite of passage, the entire thing. The entire thing. We will sit here, we will read the whole fic. Fuck it, we ball. You know what I mean? We're gonna be silly. And I mean, if you guys aren't interested in that, or you've like listened to it too many times, there is Star Kids Prophecy, which is the Warrior Cats version of My Immortal, which is hilarious as well. I almost put that one down, but it's gonna be funny. chat decides on a new points redeem. A lot of y'all have had a lot of different suggestions in regards to like things that you want to see as a point redeem. So once we hit that, we can put on a vote for a new one. I know a lot of people want like a save redeem or like a change to how the hydrate redeem works, so that can all be discussed then, but that is something to look forward to. 1:30 is the ASMR reading stream, where I will likely read fairy tales or something else. That one I will take suggestions, because like I almost considered reading Warrior Cats to y'all, but then I was like, maybe I should do something nice like a fairy tale like reading stream, like, you know, bedtime stories kind of thing. So we considered doing that. The 151 is a bit funny, and it will be a audio that is pre-recorded that will be dropped in the Discord server. I'm not reading that out loud, but you guys can see what it is on Twitter. But it will be an audio file that is dropped. It's cursed. It is a change to my good morning intro. So it's the good morning, good evening, everything in between. My name is, like, you know, my idol intro with a slight adjustment made to it. At 180, the Kindling text-to-speech PNG will be unlocked. So just like how we have Cinder, there will be a Kindling variant. These two will then just be swapped between at different times for different streams. So it's not a replacement for Cinder, it'll just be alongside Cinder, and we can change out that Kindling as we want, kind of thing. Just something a little funny like that. Digimon Smash or Pass at 190, very self-explanatory. I'm not doing Pokemon, do not ask me to do Pokemon, that one is a little bit too far, but Digimon has people, so like we can go with that. The Valorant comp stream until Silver, so that will be an endurance stream of basically, I play Valorant comp, like the ranked, until Silver, and if I don't get there and I give up before it, there is a punishment. That will be unlocked at $200. That one will be a very long endurance stream. I feel like I'm gonna have to dedicate like a whole day to that, and we might not even get there. So that's gonna be a funny one. What the fuck till Silver? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I got up to Bronze like 3, so like surely if I just keep girl bossing, I can do it eventually. The ult
Yay,
Mari...
we don't have to possess Cinder if we get our own body.
Exactly! Silver is insane though. I believe in me. If I could be in gold in Overwatch, I can be silver in Valorant. Like, you know, I technically got above gold in Overwatch, but I was in gold more than I was higher than it, so I say gold, just to even it out. It'll be a problem too when that gets unlocked. Exactly, it will be. I'll drag y'all with me. It'll be funny. But yes, the alt Mari design becomes real. So a few times you guys have heard me talk about the blonde-haired Mari design that was basically, at the end of the day, this look and a different one were my final two designs that I kind of like got to, and I sent through a couple of people to be like, which one would you rather, and all that. And eventually, by one vote, I think it was 9 people that I asked, by one vote, this one won out. So like, she was very well loved. I'm gonna update the outfit though. The outfit will get like a nice like change to it, but the alt Mari design will become real. So that design will have a PNG design like commissioned, and even more. Exactly. The animal will also be different. So that alt Mari was not a red panda. She was a numbat, and like I love them, so I'm excited at that if that gets unlocked. Like she's a cute design. Y'all haven't seen her, but she's cute. I loved her a lot. The outfit needs to be fixed though. It's the other one. Yeah, it is. It's the one that Rai jokingly turned around and was like, "You look like a Polka Botan love child," and I was like, "Yeah, I see it now." But I'm gonna fix up the outfit, make her look a little bit funnier, but it's still a lot of like shared similarities, like same eyes. No matter what form I take, I can't change my eyes, and I can't change my nose scar. So no matter what time and form I am in, you will always know it's me because I always have the same eyes, and I can't get rid of the nose scar. It's the only parts of me that don't change. I'm gonna trick you. See, it's a fun like goal redeem because Shura wants me dead for even mentioning the possibility of it. I think she's cute though. Y'all are sleeping on her. It was just her outfit that kind of flopped. Like, it was too basic. We need to put her in something funny. Like, that design could look good. We just have to be a bit sillier. I have faith. If Shura hates it, I for sure want to see this. I like, okay, again, out of 9 votes, the form that I have now only won by 1. Like, that's a pretty clean split there. Like, people loved her. The only feedback I got was, the outfit's kind of boring, and I was like, yeah, right. I can understand that. And I mean, y'all love me in my, like, casual outfit, so like, you know, I don't hate it character design wise, but I dislike it for one reason, Marinus. Yeah, so the animal is a little bit funny for a certain reason, and we love that for us, actually. Don't forget Edgy Mari. Do you know I'm actually in the process of like doing something silly with that design? I'm just saying. Will you tell us most on at $230, I will allow everyone in the server to pick a specific cover. Within reason. But as y'all can see, it will definitely take a lot of hard work for me, which is why it's a little bit like lower on like the goal list, but it does exist. And it won't be like in the karaoke where I sang it, it will be a proper cover. That is a promise of a cover, full art, full editing, full mixing. Like, oh my god. That'll be added to the cover list. I will put it as a higher priority over the ones I'm working on if we get to that unlock, to release it sooner rather than later, because covers take so long to work on. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Mari fanfic stream will become real at $250. So that will be a stream where I will open a Google Doc, y'all will pick what pairing I write, and we will just write. I will make the Mari fanfic. This is your chance to win after losing that bet all those months ago. I'm just saying, the Mari fanfic could happen. I am terrified if it does happen. Y'all are gonna regret it so fast, but you know what? Fuck it, we bowl. There's your chance. I put it on the table. Writing your own fanfic? Insane. I know, it's gonna be absolutely insane. I've caved. I'm giving y'all one last chance. Mari fanfic, oh my god. It doesn't have to include me, by the way. It can be any pairing. As long as it is sapphic, I can write that. Like, it doesn't have to include Mari. So you can hit me with, like, a sapphic pairing from anything that we've played, anything that I know, anything like that. But it does not have to include me. How many words? However many words we hit on stream. I will sit here and I'll stream for like 4 to 5 hours like normal, possibly even longer. Whatever word count is at the end, done. 1k one shot. It'll definitely be more than 1k words. Is there going to be a proper dono link? Yes, there will be a proper dono link. There will also be access to the Ko-fi, and it can also be done through bits and subs. So there's going to be multiple different ways for you guys to be able to donate that we'll have to manage on my end of things. But I wanted to make it as best available for y'all as possible. Is it M rating max or there will be no explicit content. I have to keep it appropriate for a stream. But I mean, I can get a little bit silly with it, surely. I'm possible I can write women kissing just fine. For real. That's the true goal, actually. I'm just gonna, that's my excuse to write that exact thing. It's gonna be silly. But yeah. we got, as you can see, things are absolutely gonna be insane. After that is a 5-hour musical karaoke endurance stream. 5 hours of just musical theater songs. With less distraction talking through it, like my first karaoke, because I'll be less nervous, hopefully. So there'll be so many musical theater songs. We're gonna have Heathers, we're gonna have, Chicago, we're gonna have, like so many different ones. Like, I will pull out the most obscure musical theater songs. I will pull out the Percy Jackson. I will pull out the Spider-Man musical songs. I know the Spider-Man musical songs. I competed with one of them. So, like, I'll pull out the silly things. Cats, I can sing Memory. I've done it many times. I can sing so many songs from Cats. We'll make it a banger of a time, you know? An absolute pop. At $300 though, this is where it gets a little bit crazy. Because I didn't think Phantom of the Opera, I love myself actually. I love myself, so no. Star Kid, absolutely Star Kid. There will be a few Star Kid. I'm a girl of my own. I need to do Star Kid or else. Disenchanted? I don't quite know any ones from that. I do know some from the Green Day musical. But the obvious choice is Hamilton. I do know Burn and Wait For It. But I think they're the only two songs I know. But I can learn from that if you guys want that. But yes, $300 is a original D&D campaign, and there'll be multiple streams. Guests to be decided, but it will be a completely original story, completely homebrew, all written by me. I have technically been working on a D&D campaign for like the last 2 years. So like it'll be fun to try it out on stream and run a whole thing. We'll make a big event of it, basically multiple streams over weeks of like me and a couple other people getting together, playing through the story. There are lots of dragons in it. It's a whole, like the whole story, to give you just like the most basic kind of like shill, is that there are multiple dragons that run different like religious sects, and it's gonna like be people trying to do things in regards to that. Trying to like shill but not give away anything is so fucking difficult actually. Also, there's lesbian dragons, so like I'm just saying, who doesn't love the like religious imagery of like deity lesbian dragons as gods? Well, lesbian dragons are real. It's gonna be really fun. I also homebrewed a subspecies of tabaxi, which are catfish. So I'm hoping that if we do play it, someone will play one of those. Otherwise, I'll NPC one of the catfish tabaxi. It'll be funny. I really love them. They're so funny. Just, it's something that I have been so obsessed with for so long. So when I finally get to show you guys all the like story building and world building I've put into this thing, oh, it's gonna be funny. So that one's gonna be the $300 basically. That will help. Like, it's a little bit higher in there just because like, tabaxi is just warriors. No! It's only one of the species that are available in the world. I swear it's not warriors. I promise. There's a whole heap of different races that will have like water-based subspecies. Everyone is tabaxi. Did you know that there's an actual D&D that is Cats and Catacombs, and I ran a original one-shot, original one, no like thing of this whole world where everyone were cats, but like cats who could like, they were still like on like all fours and everything, but they had learned how to use tools and everything, because there's like, you know, they had the dogs variant and everything, and so the world had no humans. It was like well after humans had passed and like animals were kind of taking over and everything, and so I did that I have done a game where there were just all cats. I've been there. I've lived that before. I DM'd that. They fought a dragon. It was so funny. I'm just saying. I've lived this pain. And then for 350, no Valorant for an entire month after the Silver Endurance stream. So if we hit the 350 goal, after I hit Silver, I cannot enjoy my Silver rank for an entire month. And I think that one's cruel, because that also means I can't play with Team Gay for an entire month. Just gonna go back to Holo Cure? No. I'm gonna go back to, probably BG3. If anything, it'll be great for me, because then I can focus on cosplay for that entire month without, like, being distracted. But also, I won't be able to play with Team Gay, so that's, like, Rip L big time.
Feel like after the Valorant Endurance stream is inevitably going to burn you out. Worst case scenario.
I raise you. We say fuck it, let's bowl. Or she'll go back to Overwatch. Exactly. Planning Raphael. I finished my first run, so I stopped streaming the game. Fixed the issue with the lag thing. And then created a new save file and played it on my own, because I'm a little silly like that. Can't buy Valo skins. Exactly. I also won't know what skins are in my shop, so like I'm not gonna know. Maybe the skins that I really want will show up in that time and I will never get to find out. It's gonna be a nightmare. I also saw what's in, like, coming in the next battle pass, and I was like, oh fuck, it's actually, like, there are some funny things in there that I really want, so oh boy, that's gonna be fun. Fucking 32G. Yeah, now my PC is a little bit funny. Yes, Shuba. Also, at $400, Mari plays League of Legends for the first time ever. What are you gonna do if you get your furry gun in the shop? It won't happen. It's a battle pass one. It'll never appear in the shop. I'm fine. I played BG3 for 182 hours, still not done with the first playthrough. That's insane. You're insane for that one. Like, oh my god. But yeah, for $400, you can make me play the game that I never wanted to play ever. Why would you do this for yourself? For content, baby! I am nothing but funny, and why not suffer? And you know what? I can make someone play League with me. So I can drag them down with me. So really, it's punishing multiple people. Because I obviously can't play it on my own. Team Gay League? Oh, that would be a little funny. Mari, I swear to God. See? She knows! She knows! But yeah. And then the final one for this side is a long-form video essay, which the server will vote on the series discussed if we hit $500. Technically, I have another card if we do break $500 with other stuff, but I'm not gonna show you that, because I think it would be absolutely insane if we hit $500. I'm not even expecting to hit that. If we hit it, I'm gonna be thriving. That, like, you get a full long-form video essay. We're talking fully edited, fully voiced. Like, it's gonna be like, I'm gonna do a full proper thing. I'm going crazy for it. Watch me do my long-form 2-hour video essay about Twofold and its themes and why it is a fucking masterpiece even. Of course that is, if that's what you guys vote, but like, you know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. Like, we're gonna go absolutely insane. It's gonna be fully researched. It's probably gonna get a editor commed because I can't edit to save my life. But stuff like that, you know? So So that's why it's definitely like the highest on this, just because it's going to be quite a lot of hours put into doing it. So it's going to be interesting. I would really like to do it. The problem is that at the moment, in terms of like cost and time, it's a little bit hard to just do it for the fun of it without other things falling behind. So, you know, with like the extra funding and all of that, it will definitely help in terms of making things a little easier. Me, are you sure you want to play League? Her, of course, secretly plans to drag me into it. Yeah! You made me watch, like, the thing. Yeah, there, you see? It's the price for making her watch Arcane. Yeah, see? It's your fault. But yeah, it's gonna be silly. In terms of incentives, for every person who donates, so basically how Neopets Deep Talk, oh my god, I could sit there for 5 hours talking about everything that happened in Neopets. So how the incentives work is that per person, if you hit those monetary goals, you get that reward. So every person who donates $10 receives a Mari assigned kindling design. So a few of you already have kindling designs, but I will basically, either during the donathon or afterwards or both, basically be drawing out everyone's kindling design. You get to be your own kindlings designed by me, crafted by your god's very hands. Isn't that insane? But yes, I'm very, like, it's gonna be fun. And for those who, like, don't have, like, a persona already or something that they use to represent themselves, I'll just ask you for a couple of key themes that you want and, like, some, like, colors and then design it that way, or just general vibes. For $25 per person, a unique Discord role and VIP applied on Twitch. For $35, you'll get a very long handwritten thank you letter. This is not a physical item. It will be written out, scanned, and then sent to you just for address safety, so that people don't have to worry about giving out addresses. But I am very extra with my handwriting, so I have to be less extra with my handwriting. God, Mari made us in her image. Exactly! You're so right! For every $50 donated per person, the punishment wheel will be spun, and I will have to take a punishment from that wheel. And then for every $100, I will say the forbidden A word. You will hear it. It will exist. The A word will be realized in real time on stream. Which is insane, because that's the forbidden word. Y'all don't hear that from me. You heard it once, against my will. It's gonna be funny. Not the punishment wheel. Oh, it's coming back. And we're gonna decide to all together in the Discord server how much we hate ourselves when we do the wheel. It's like, I already thought about putting like the getting over it on there, and I was like, oh, do I want to do that? And then I thought about doing it during the actual event, and I was like, oh, do I want to play a rage game on like 1 hour sleep? But yes, all the prices shown here are in USD. Because we're silly like that, and because universal currency, you know, This is USD or AUD. Haha, I just beat to it. But yeah, all of this is USD. Because in the world of the internet, everything revolves around USD. God bless America. My wallet will cry, but it's okay. Literally everyone, everywhere around the world, when they have to do things in USD. It's a shared pain. We're all suffering. I need to cough. Give me 2 seconds. Alright. Coughing has been healed. There we go. I feel so broke when we talk about USD. God, real, that is such a mood. Every time USD is brought up, I'm like, oh yeah, this is sad times. But Yeah, it's gonna be a little silly. Actually, I asked that while you were still talking about Punishment Wheel. Your chat is just delayed. My stream on Twitch is delayed. I think. Because normally there's a slight delay on thing. Yeah. Hee 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 hee. I'm middle class in my country, and then, oh my god. I feel like that's everywhere when you, like, eventually see the US, because I think, oh wait, except for the UK. I'm pretty sure UK has, like, higher than US at the moment. Maybe? Yeah, I think so. Last time I checked, they were. I don't really look at them anymore. Because that currency hurts my feelings. And then yes, in terms of the timer. So, every donation counted by the dollar will add an extra minute. So, $1 equals 1 minute. $5 is 5 minutes. Is Mari frozen? Don't tell me I'm crashing. I look good on my end. Good morning, Caps! How are you today? Don't look him. Yes, so that's how it'll work in regards to the timer. For every 1 sub, it will be 3 minutes applied to the timer. For every new follower, it is 5 minutes applied to the timer. 5 subs is 10 minutes. 10 subs is 20 minutes. And every raid during the event will add an extra hour. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a little silly. I included subs in this just because I know for a lot of people it's a lot more safer for you guys. You feel a lot more at peace using subs. Oh good, you added the video essay goal step when I'm driving you back into two. Yeah, I said that server can vote on it, and like I did that knowing that because it's coming down to 3 options. It's coming down to warrior cats, twofold, or neopets. That's what I looked at, and I was like, yeah, it's probably one of those 3. I'm hoping for twofold. I'm hoping. But yeah, this is everything in the sheet in regards to Donathon. I'm very excited. It's gonna be so insane. Hello, welcome in! But yeah, I hope y'all are ready for it. 4 a.m. your time. Oh my god, 4 a.m. my time. On Thursday? That's tomorrow. Oh my god, I'm gonna be zonked. I'll have finished streaming like a couple hours before that. Not Thursday, Monday? Okay. That's a lot more manageable. That's a lot more manageable. Oh my god, Millie Rat? That's crazy. Oh my god, Millie Rat. Oh my god. Welcome to, like, Millie. She's so great, actually. Like, oh my god, you're gonna have a time. I miss her, actually. I'm just saying I've been waking up at 4 a.m. for like 2 months now. You're insane for that one. I'm still not over that. Like, y'all, please. Oh, so we pay the money for you to do that and it goes to the donation. Yes, so basically what you'll do is you donate, you get your incentives based on how much you donate, and then it goes towards the overall goals. So you get your own incentive rewards and then as a group have them as well. Just to be a little silly. And yeah, basically it is purely to help cover the cost to go to Offkai because basically normally my funds go towards cosplay and travel and all of that, and now that I'm starting all of this and doing covers, I went, oh, my money can only stretch so far, and I've been a cosplayer for, this will be my 11th year, so I'm like, I kind of can't just stop what I have built a lifetime around. So whatever I can do to kind of, you know, be silly, try and I will sit here for 3 days. It's gonna be sent over to Plushy Fun. So the flights are actually around $2,000 AUD, which is, wait, 2,080 to USD. For like in the USD kind of conversion, it's about 1.4k, give or take. But yeah, flights are about $2,000. The 500 will only cover like about 750 at most. That's why I'm like, I will be shocked if we can hit the 500, because then that covers a bit. I'm not gonna ask y'all to cover for all of my flights. I know that I am making a commitment when I go over there. So like, you know, I want to pay most of it myself. But I will put on the funny little clown hat and do my little tappy tap in the center of a room to raise money if I can. I've paid that much many times before, because this won't be my first time going to America for a con. And yeah, going to the US is so expensive. So it's fun. The cosplays alone normally cost me a lot of money as well. So my costumes on average cost about 700 to 1.5k depending on the complexity. My most expensive cosplay has broken over $2,000. So like, money is funny. We live in a capitalist economy. I have no chance of going to Offkai. Oh my god. One day, I really want to go to Offkai though. Like, I went to Katsu last year and it was life-changing. So I want to continue like trying to go to American like cons. What cosplays have you done? Which was the 2K one? So it was a HoloLive cosplay. That was my 2K one because I hand painted an entire cosplay. I'm not gonna say which character it was because I don't want to be found on my alternate personality. But it was a HoloLive cosplay that broke 2K, which was insane. It took me about 8 months, over 300 hours of just painting. So it was funny. I've done a lot of other cosplays as well. I've done a lot of Borderlands. I've done Borderlands, I've done Love Live, HoloLive, Niji. I have done Pokemon, a lot of Pokemon. God, trying to think of everything that I have ever done ever, and I'm suddenly blanking on so much of it. Love Live, yeah, I did a lot of Love Live cosplays because I used to be in a Love Live dance group, which is so funny when you think about it. Like, yeah, I used to be a Love Live dance girl, let's go! Dance group, yeah, it was funny. I had a lot of fun, actually. I did a lot of Ruby cosplays. Like, I did a lot of Ruby cosplays. That was insane. I've cosplayed Anastasia. I've cosplayed Homestuck. I've done a Fate. I have done a Fate cosplay, correct? I did do Fate. I did Inside Out as well. Like, you know, the one about emotions. A friend and I did that for a cosplay. Homestuck, absolutely. That was my first ever cosplay. My introduction to cosplay was Homestuck. Oh boy. I've done a few of those. I think one of my most popular ones was a Homestuck cosplay. I would love to do a Ruby at one point. Gonna be doing my first proper. Ooh. Wait, your first cosplay? No, that's exciting, actually. I've done Genshin, too. I've done Genshin cosplays. So, like, I have a lot of history with cosplay, and I am trying to, like, figure out how to best juggle everything to not have to give up on that. Because I did take a hiatus last year for most of the second half, so that I could focus on this. But now that con season's kind of picking up again, and I'm feeling inspired to get back to it, I kind of need to better juggle my time. Love to be Crow and have the sword. Yeah, no, they're actually super easy to make. Like, genuinely, there are so many tutorials online now that you can follow because we are slowly becoming more of a community that shares our knowledge, which is so good. Do it. Like, absolutely. It's easy mechanics. It's not as hard as you think it is. I have a friend who made that. I've done a Raven cosplay. I was in a Team Stark cosplay group. You'll be fine, trust me. I mean, painting is probably the harder part for me. Painting is definitely a learning curve for a lot of people, but honestly, like, if you guys ever want advice on painting or cosplay stuff, I have, as I said, over 10 years worth of knowledge. I can share the funny little knowledges sometimes. And like, some people have seen what I produced as a cosplayer and all that, and I think a few people who know me and my works can say that painting has definitely been something that was a strong point for me. So I'm always happy to share what I use, how I do things, different techniques. I'm currently learning how to do a funny little thing right now, which hopefully will work out really well for a costume. But yeah, I'm always happy to share the knowledge that I have. I mean, one day I would love to even just do a stream where I show you guys how to make something prop-wise or fabric paint or anything like that. Just so fun little silly things, you know? We have goals, we have ambitions. Achieve the things that you love in cosplay. I've also made a functioning tail. That was funny. I say functioning as in, like, when you move, it could, like, wag on its own. So that was hilarious. Would be dope. Yes. Enable me. My con crunch is just me streaming my con crunch. Let's go. I need to stop touching the bubble wrap. But I learnt that technique from the furries in their fursuits. It wasn't a fursuit cosplay, just to be very clear. It was a costume where the character had a tail. And I spent the entire day walking around the con. Oh, hydrate? Yes, indeed. Walking around the con. And people would be like, can I pet your tail? It looks really soft. And I was like, yeah, of course. Because I spent $80 on the fabrics. And that was, wait, $80 for the brown fabric, $40 for the white fabric, and they were the two colors that I had to use for the character. And so when people were asking to, like, touch it, I was like, absolutely, because, like, I spent so much money on this. Just enjoy it. It was definitely a funny one. Blake doesn't have tail. Real. Reject canon cosplay Blake with a tail anyways. Exactly. Reject canon. Isn't there a new one now where she does though? The side story one that they did. I thought she had a tail in one of the things, and the weird like little paw hands, like gloves. Or am I misremembering? I swear she had a tail. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. But yeah, I'm really excited for all of this, guys. It's gonna be insane. I'm not gonna sleep much that weekend. It's gonna be funny. But, might have been no well-placed belt. Okay, it's probably that, yeah. I will continue to update things in terms of schedules. I will be slowly announcing different collabs that will be happening. I want to, you know, make sure that this is really fun for you guys and fun. I need to stop touching the bubble wrap. I'm not touching the bubble wrap anymore. I swear. It's gonna be a time, you know? I'm excited, and I really hope that you guys will be able to enjoy this with me, and that we can hit some very big goals. There's a lot of goals in there that I really like and would love to do, so I'm just hoping we can hit those funny numbers. I do enjoy the funny numbers, you know? But I have posted it on Twitter. No more popping. I need to stop touching it. I keep popping it because I keep touching things. I am a very, like, tactile, I touch things as I talk person. Like, I'm always using my hands. I need to stop. But yeah. That's everything in regards to the announcement today. That took longer than I thought. I didn't think that would be a whole hour. Oopsies. I am so sorry. We will get started with... oh god, I swear to god, if it's because of this that we have to do one more, I'm so sorry. I swear we're finishing First Snow today. I swear on it. We are finishing it. But yeah, personally, my favorite one is definitely the Alt Mari design because that one's funny. I forgot we were doing First Snow, please! So eager to leave the twofold Okay, no, I feel bad because everyone was like, oh, you're gonna do first snow in like one stream. It'll be 1 or 2 streams at max. And I'm like, it has not been that. This is my 3rd stream. I was like, oh, I keep getting distracted, huh? Like, I keep rambling every stream of, oh, like getting gay panic, and then I'm like, oh no. So it's gonna be funny. I miss Millie. God. So yeah, we're gonna put this away. 4th if we are lucky. We're just never going to finish the twofold universe. We're just gonna go straight back to streaming twofold, actually, because I need my Millie fix. I say as if I'm not gonna just play it in my own time. Twirl's hair, like, oh my god, Millie. Me and Millie, just us two, more likely than you think. Let me just fix everything up now because I had to change. What is that noise coming from? Hello?
Oh.
What the fuck? I had a random YouTube video just start playing from like the what's it called? Shorts that I didn't close on another page because I moved a thing. That's so funny. You activated my Ruby brain now? I didn't see it, but it looked interesting. Thank you so much for joining us though, guys. Thank you so much for being here. For those who have to leave, stay safe, make good choices. I'm gonna bring us across to... Give me a second. There. I'm gonna fix that. Now that I can have that screen back. Why do I have my Millie hat on? You know what? I'll keep that on. I didn't even realize that was still there. Ah! I knew the scuff was gonna happen somewhere. Everything went too smoothly. I forgot about the Millie hat. I haven't touched this since the last time. That's fine. That's a later problem. We'll keep the hat here. It's thematic. It's so real, actually. Okay. Is it a hat or is it just part of me? It's just, it is part of me. Is it wrong? It's really not. I love it so much. It's so true. It speaks the truth. Let's see. Load game. I love the jump in the times here, actually. Oh, we cooked. Holding up a giant sign that says, God, I miss my wife. Real me. I forgot that we put this on last stream because I wasn't really looking at this because I was like, oh, I haven't touched everything since, like, last stream. It'll be fine. Like, nothing's changed. Because I didn't stream between these two. Like, I only had to change, like, 2 words on my title. I was like, change the title slightly. Don't have to change everything else. We're winning. I miss my wife, Tails. Alright, how's everything in terms of audio for you guys, though? Are you guys hearing everything fine? Looking at it, it looks good. I don't see anything wrong with it. Yeah, no, we look fine. Let me in. Let me fix that. One thing I hadn't counted on when asking Eileen if I could come over was how large the distances involved were. I am already feeling the difference from home. Colorado and Utah might be right next to each other on a map, but all to be seen between them are vast plains of utterly nothing. With noon approaching and little else around for miles as we motored down the endless strip of tarmac, Rose made the executive decision to chance this place for some lunch. It's a little... What is that word? Alright, I got caught. I don't know what that word is for my tastes. The 450s interior decorated with a mishmash of cheap Americana, but Rose is in her element as she stuffs down another hunk of meat. At least it's quiet beyond the cheerful music, given we have the diner to ourselves. I'm googling that word, actually. I'm curious, what does that mean? I've never seen it before. Give me a second. I'm learning today. I'm putting this in my brain. Flimsy. Okay. I see. Is any consolation? I also miss Millie. Going over. Why am I going over? Has made me miss working. Even if I didn't actually do much. Yeah. Yeah. I miss Twofold. Like, it has been a very reoccurring theme throughout these streams. It's just... I miss my wife. I miss her. I love all of the characters in First Snow, but Lord, I miss Millie. I miss Olive. I miss Millie and Olive and Caprice. I miss my moms. Miss my dad. Like, I imagine Mari dreams of Millie. Millie is in my head rent-free 24/7. There are two women in my head 24/7. And that is Millie, and that is Aspen. And there is not a single day where I'm not thinking of those women. It's something. I also now learned a new word today. It means of poor quality. Time to rev up the fanfiction fan art engine. I can't draw and I can't write, so it's like hee hee. But it means, are you ready for this? That means cheap and of poor quality. You can't draw lies. No, hear me out. I cannot. Look, I had barely slept all night, not only at the prospect of seeing Eileen's home, but at this being my first trip so far from my own. Right now though, I'm just glad to be free of the motorbike's vibration and noise. I've finally become used to the odd short trip around the city, but this road trip is something else entirely.
Still getting your back legs, huh?
Then Warrior Cats AU. Oh my god, I Warrior Cats AU, like the Twofold team. I don't want to die. I already accidentally enabled Neki into doing something AU-wise. I can't make this worse.
It's been 4 hours. Ugh, give me a break. 3 more to go.
She digs in once more as I groan and try to swing my legs back to life.
Man, the steaks here are amazing. You're missing out.
Rose's VA is everything to me, actually.
I think I'll be fine.
I take a sip of my milkshake while gauging how best to tackle the huge plate of steaming nachos before me, buried in cheese, sauce, and sour cream. The jalapenos are carefully picked off and sitting to the side. Oh my god. That's so funny, actually. There's not much to see out here as I glance out the window. Just an endless plain stretching out to the horizon, an enthusiastic welcome sign, the otherwise invisible border being all that indicated where we'd entered a different state. I'm not sure what I expected, really. I knew there are no rivers or anything defining the border, but it's a different thing to see that for yourself. It's just so arbitrary, a line on a map, nothing more. Far from being any sort of revelation, it just makes me feel rather silly about being so sheltered. This is probably barely registered to Eileen as she drove along the lonely highway. Rose picks up her phone to check the address I gave her once again, forcing down the current chunk of steak she's eating with a giant gulp.
Still have a while to go, huh? If it's as close to the big city as you've said, we shouldn't have a problem finding the place. So, she's never told you anything about her home? Her family?
She mentioned her sister once.
She scratches the back of her head as she thinks.
I don't mean to pry, but I still don't get why she'd come all the way from outside the state to live in Utah. Not that I have anything against the place, I do like it, but it's not exactly where I'd choose if I were her. But coming here just for a community college? That's the part that gets me.
Her accent scratches my brain. I love it so much. It's giving Kaida.
I'm not exactly an artist, but from what you've said, she could probably get a scholarship at a proper college. Sounds like she could probably afford tuition even without one.
If any of you tell Kaida I said that, I swear to God. Rose looks to me for answers, but I have none. When she puts it that way, there are vast stretches of Eileen's past that are total black spots to me. She leaves me to stew a little as we eat our respective meals, piping up again as she chews.
Remember when you asked me about my family a few weeks ago? And I blew you off? I feel like I should probably explain that.
Well, goddamn, that's one diagonal six. I need Rose's VA to say that, actually.
Not to get too deep into things, I ended up cutting ties with my mom and pop. Given what my family was like, I wanted to have a clean break from them.
Oh. I'm sorry for bringing it up.
I've made peace with it, don't worry. My point is...
Failing to remember, she starts circling her fork in the air.
The point of all this was... Right, Eileen.
I love her.
I'm just saying that there might be a reason she's cagey about her personal life.
I guess that makes sense. My nod earns a comforting grin.
You're a good kid, Allison. I'm sure you'll do fine. In fact, you even taught me a little something. To be honest, I expected to be mothering you around when you first arrived to live with me. That you were some kid I already knew everything about, who I'd be left teaching adult life to. Yeah, I was kinda wrong there.
But you've helped me so much. I couldn't have managed without you around.
You've surprised me so much. You make me rethink how much I know about the world and other folks as an adult. I got a little arrogant without even realizing it, and you brought me down to earth. I thought adulthood was about knowing everything, but it's actually about admitting how much you don't know. I wanted to thank you for teaching me that.
Satisfied with her explanation, Rose quickly gets back to her precious steak. Left in thought, I get back to my own food. I didn't realize I could have such an impact on another's life, let alone Rose's. I looked up to her so much that I forgot we're both just muddling through life together. Eileen's lived so much of her life in a solitary manner that maybe opening up to me isn't as easy. Maybe she just doesn't want to, given her past experiences.
Eileen aside, this trip's probably a good thing. It'll push you out of your own comfort zone a little. You've already grown in the time I've been bunking with you. Just hang in there, right?
Thanks. I will.
Atta girl.
Sharing a smile, we get back to our food. Of all the people I might have ended up with as a roommate, someone like Rose was among the last I expected. Maybe she's just the sort of person who was best for me. High speed, go on a short but sweet road trip. We got an achievement! The two of us find ourselves in a surprisingly quaint little corner of America. A heavily forested town with snow-covered pines visible no matter which direction you look. Wood seems to be the norm for building around here rather than concrete. I find it quite charming, actually. I was worried I'd be awkwardly roaming through some manicured slice of suburbia, but this feels closer to a friendly country town, almost something from one of Eileen's westerns.
Just give me a call the day before you want to come back, alright?
I will. Thanks again for all this. I know it's a really long way.
Don't worry, it's a nice ride out to here anyway. Might stick around a bit before heading back.
Thank you for the hydrate. As she walks back to her bike, she stops and turns around once more, raising her hand in farewell.
If you ever want to give me a call, go ahead. It's no problem. I'll be seeing you, Allison.
That's my favorite expression. I know I keep saying that every stream, but it just shakes.
Bye, Rose. Thanks for everything.
She beams a smile as she gets back on her bike, fitting her helmet before kicking back the stand. With a flick of her wrist and press of her foot, her bike rolls to life, Rose sailing off down the road and around the corner out of sight. I do my best to appear natural as I turn back to the house before me, duffel bag of clothes slung over my shoulder. The scenery around here is nice and there's hardly a crowd. In fact, I'm the only person around at all. Now that I get a good look at it, Eileen's house sure is big. My eyes slowly scan around as I slowly make my way down the front garden path, taking in every detail. I guess being outside the city would make bigger houses a little more affordable. With a gulp, I gingerly press the doorbell beside the solid oaken door, quickly brushing my clothes with my hands afterwards to look as presentable as possible. Even as muffled footsteps approach, I'm trying to flick a little snow from my hair. As Eileen opens the door, I'm greeted by a warm smile. That reflexive reaction at the side of me makes me feel better already.
Fancy seeing you here.
I made it. In the end.
Enjoy the bike ride?
Yeah, it was great.
I don't think I managed to make that very convincing. Looking at each other, I think we both realize we're just making small talk. She leans forward, the two of us sharing a momentary kiss before she nods for me to come in. It's strange how such a simple action can feel so nice every time, my heart skipping even from the most gentle peck. I obediently follow her inside, closing the door behind me as I do.
Dad, she's here!
Eileen's cut off by the sound of sucked footsteps on carpet rapidly approaching. A small figure suddenly skips around the corner of the stairs and out into the entranceway, nearly barreling straight into Eileen before stopping herself. She's so small! She's so tiny! With both of us taken by surprise, the small girl examines me, likely around 10 by the looks of her. It's difficult not to see a bit of Eileen in her face.
Hello there.
Oh, she's shy! Oh my god, an angel! She quickly shuffles behind Eileen in response, her apprehensive face peering out from safety. Eileen just gives a sigh in response.
Welcome to the family.
The smell of freshly cooked chicken wafts in the air, the skin still seeming away with an appetizing glint. The line of plates down the center of the table hardly lacks for sides, either, with potato salad, coleslaw, lettuce, and other greens. While I'm thankful for the luxurious dinner before me, it's a rather quick introduction to her family. I can't help but feel intimidated when surrounded by everyone at once. With her father already preparing dinner as Eileen let me in, and her mother arriving from work only soon after, it was unavoidable. That being the case, here we all are, gathered around one big table. While not exactly a mansion, it's obvious Eileen's family lives very comfortably. I'd probably be green with envy at how well off they are, if not for being so self-conscious of how to act in front of them.
I suppose some proper introductions are in order now that we're all together. I'm Eileen's father, Andrew, and this is my lovely wife, Elizabeth.
A pleasure. And you would be Allison?
Oh, yes. Allison Merlot.
Theo and I outlined a hypothetical 5-year later game. It doesn't exist. And we were gonna have Eve show up unrecognizable going through her teenage... Oh my god, real! No, wait! That would be so funny, actually. Wait, you cooked with that one. I don't know if I just accidentally muted myself. There we go. My nerves seem to amuse her father as he gives a reassuring smile.
This isn't a job interview. You can relax.
Right, yeah, sorry.
I let out a long breath to try and relax a little, though it doesn't really work.
Well, now, let's dig in. I'm no chef, but it hopefully shouldn't give you food poisoning.
No, look at the kid. Smiling politely at his attempt to lighten the mood, I start to ladle this and that from the large plates. My mouth's already watering at the prospect of so much wonderful smelling food. Rose might be many things, but she isn't a cook. Satisfied with my selection of meat and salads, I pile some potato salad onto my fork and tentatively have a taste. My reaction seems to draw some smiles as I make progress on the meal. But I'm so enamored with the food, I can't help but keep going.
It's nice to see Eileen's already made friends in college.
Yes, friends. Welcome back, Nikki! A brief panic comes over me as I realize we haven't talked this over. Is she out to her parents? Are we going to play this as simply friends? As I mull over how to handle things, Eileen's voice cuts through.
Allison's my girlfriend. I probably should have mentioned that earlier.
Historians call them close friends. Everything seems to stop for a moment.
Yes, you should have.
Oh no.
I thought you said having a girlfriend wouldn't be a problem.
You know that isn't what I'm talking about. This isn't the first time you've kept us in the dark since moving out.
Oh no. I have to admit that I can sympathize with her mother, which puts me in a delightfully awkward spot. Eileen's father makes no attempt to mediate as he eats, which is probably the best approach.
I didn't think I needed to report back on everything I did.
Don't you think this is important enough to warrant a phone call?
Neither Eileen nor her mother raise their voice, even eating the odd bit of food as they quibble. The argument almost feels routine, which, going by her father's reaction, might well be the case. Even her sister is still eating, albeit with badly hidden glances.
I mean, our daughter's first girlfriend. Isn't it nice she gained something from college?
Oh! She looks pointedly at her husband with just an edge of snark to her voice, but he, perhaps smartly, simply acknowledges her with a smile. Dropping that on them here and now is quite the decision. I'm beginning to wonder why I thought this was a good idea. I can't read her parents at all, but I can already tell my presence here is only increasing a tension that usually permeates this household.
Well, you know now.
At least Eileen dating a girl isn't a problem, in and of itself. Aline's father finally pipes up as their argument peters out, taking a swig of his wine to wash down his food.
Setting all that aside, it sounds like college in Utah is working out well for the both of them.
Of course it doesn't. Name one happy holiday that's happened in this series. You know what? Someone should write them having a happy holiday. I believe in them. Where it's the fanfic of them just celebrating, like, a holiday and is happy. Their happy Valentine's Day holiday. No, it's not allowed. No one write it. No, let them have a good time. Let them have a Christmas where they celebrate it together. Only fix allowed. No, let the Scrunkies be happy. Her father gives a brief chuckle, maybe sensing my tense mood. He seems down to earth and relaxed, especially compared to her mother. That said, I get a vague feeling of being a foreigner, and not just because I'm in a different city. As if there's a certain social etiquette that I'm not quite aware of, but everyone else is following naturally.
Quite. So, tell us about yourself, Allison.
All of the characters have a happy holidays and then Mr. Moore needs surgery. No! It's like how Cinder heard me turn around and be like, oh, things are going good. And then she just had to go to the vets in emergency. Oh my god, no. Okay, I have had like a really happy like holiday and then had to rush to the vets for emergency surgery. Funniest thing in hindsight.
Tell Cinder we love her.
I don't think she's in the room. Hey, Sid! She's not in the room today. I don't think I stole her. I think she's asleep in the other room. I didn't grab her today. Sid! Everyone loves you! Hopefully that didn't peak the mic. But yeah, no, like a few years ago, on New Year's, like when everything was closed, Mr. Moot got a really, really bad infection, like a few weeks before it, right? So like, this had been progressively happening over time, but it was New Year's that it took like a really dramatic turn to the negatives, because that morning he smelt funny and we were like, what the fuck has he done? Like, we're like, what has this dog done? And then I go to change the bandage because we were doing changes to the bandage like every day, and like within like a day, like it was that fast. It was, okay, well technically 2 days, because it was like every couple of days we had to change the bandages. So we went to do the bandage change. His like foot had gone necrotic from the infection. And it's New Year's. Everything is closed. The emergency vets are like thousands of dollars. I'm calling my support line being like, hey, what the fuck is happening? And they're like, oh, it's fine, just salt water bath it for the next few hours, and then as soon as they're open again, you can take him in, bring him in, and we'll have a look at it. And I'm like, okay. So I'm spending New Year's Day with my Mr. Moot holding his foot in salt water every few hours, being like, I swear to God. And that's also why he's now missing part of his foot, because he's an idiot and broke a nail to the quick and it got infected because the first vet, because it was an emergency vet, because our vet was closed at the time because it was a Sunday, didn't treat it properly. That was how I got to spend my Christmas and my New Year's that year. Changing bandages. Animals are so funny for that. They always pick the worst times to go through things and you're just like, thank you for that. It's not his fault he didn't know cats are supposed to eat lasagna. Oh my god. He's innocent for that. Problem child number 1. Mr. Moot is the problem child. He has had, in 1 year, 2 major surgeries. Like in 1 year, that dog had 2 major surgeries done. Both of them amputations. Like, he was a little asshole that year. I was so broke. He was funny for it, I'll give him that. But he had like a, cause for, some of you know his law. When he was born, he was not born breathing. So he was very medically, like, extra for a lot of his life. He's been I've had to work very hard with him. And when he was born, he broke his tail, and since he was a tiny little scrap of thing, you can't really tell those things when they're like that young. So by the time the tail had reset itself, it had reset wrong. It had been complications up until this time. It never flipped over like Mr. Moot tails should. And then essentially it got to the point where they're like, it needs to be removed. And we're like, okay. And the reason why was because he had hurt himself in a different way, and we didn't know because he was acting completely his dumbass self. And they're like, yeah, so the pain in his tail is so consistent that he can't feel pain properly because the pain in his tail is too much, that other pain is nothing, and it needs to be removed so we can deal with both of these. And I was like, okay. And there goes a few $1,000s. And he's going through all those treatments. And then a few weeks later, the poor thing happens, and they're like, why is he back already? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm gonna sneeze. Mr. Moot, more like Mr. Empty Wallet. That Moot cost me 2.6k when I got him. Thank you. Please tell me that didn't catch the audio. No, it shouldn't have. Okay. No, we're fine. Thank you. Yeah, no, Mr. Moot himself was 2.6k. He was a pricey little man. I was on a waiting list for 5 years to get him. And a stretch. And a hydrate. Oh my goodness, thank you. Guys, stop letting me tangent. I just realized I tangent. No! Attention now focused on me, I freeze up. I must have expected this would come up. Judging by their conversation, Eileen probably told them nothing about me. This feels like introductions on the first day of elementary school all over again.
Let's see. I go to the same college as Eileen. I've lived in the same city my whole life, but I moved a little closer to campus before semester started, so I'm still getting used to that.
So you're an, art student like Eileen?
Oh, no. I'm nowhere near her level. I'm actually on a science scholarship.
Oh no. I feel like this is gonna go poorly.
Science, huh?
She sounds immediately interested, her eyebrows raised, but all I can offer is a evasive dodge. I don't know how to say that I'm not really excited about it, even if I apparently have some talent.
We are in the art club together, though. We met through the mutual friend who made it.
I see.
Her previous curiosity suddenly hits a wall, her entire demeanor changing. Did I say something wrong? The abrupt change in tone completely breaks my train of thought, unsure whether to continue or clear things up. The other problem I have is the feeling of someone's eyes drilling into me. Eileen's mother notices as my eyes shift beside her, hand holding the little girl's back to reassure her.
Come on, dear. Be polite.
The effort doesn't seem to move her, the girl resisting as her suspicious face shrinks behind her daintily patterned children's plate.
Don't be silly.
My name's Eve.
Too little.
Nice to meet you, Eve. That's a lovely name.
I keep smiling, but her pouting shows my charm offensive isn't working out. Once again, Eileen comes to the rescue, speaking up as I try to think of another way to overcome her distrust.
Are you going to be like this all night?
Eve just huffs and starts shoveling food into her mouth. The size of her spoon and the table before her makes the attempted seriousness look more amusing than anything else. She's so little.
Don't mind her. She'll come around.
She might say that, but I was hoping her cute little sister might be a little warm towards me. At least her mom has given up questioning me for now.
Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. The spare guest room's just been cleaned out a few days ago, so you can use that while you're here.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry to impose so much on you.
You have charm going for you. Wouldn't you say, Eileen?
No one bed real. I can't believe they're separating them. Eileen grimaces, her mother embarrassing her in that particular way only a parent knows how. I can already feel my eyelids getting heavy as I lean back into the wonderfully soft couch, the exhaustion of the trip and meeting with Eileen's folks finally catching up to me as I rest in the living room. The fireplace happily crackles away near the Christmas tree, the cozy room all around warmer thanks to the heat of the shower still lingering on my skin. All that can be heard are the fire and the faint clanking of dishes as Eileen's parents wash up, recounting the day's events between them. I very nearly succumb to my doziness before Eileen walks in, pulling back her still slightly wet hair. The sight of her in pajamas wakes me up a little, though I quickly try to move my gaze elsewhere. She practically collapses onto the couch beside me, staring up at the ceiling for a while to collect herself. I catch myself staring at her, but if she minds, she doesn't show it.
Ugh.
What a day. That goes for both of us. I almost mentioned the argument Eileen had with her mother, but I can't work out how I want to phrase it. Maybe it's for the best that Eileen preempts me. So, how was the trip now that we can talk properly? The times we stopped were good. You're braver than I am. Couldn't pay me enough to get on one of those things. Come on, I'm sure you'd be a natural at it. No way, your roommate's crazy for using it as her only transportation. Your parents seem nice. Eileen just shrugs. I wish they were a little more subtle. About what? Being so specific that you'll use the guest room, not mine. My cheeks flush scarlet as I connect the dots.
Huh?
Did you just realize what that was about?
Oh!
No, but I'm still embarrassed to talk about it. Eileen finds amusement in how flustered I am. I bury my face in my hands. Never change. If I had lied and said we were just friends, I wonder if they would have been so adamant about the two of us not sharing a room. I peek at her from behind my hands. I don't really know what to say. I don't know enough about her parents to say anything. Maybe that would have been better, huh? Her smile returns and she leans in towards me. I can feel my face go redder. My heart burning in my chest, all I can do is lean in to meet her. Eileen closes her eyes, our lips meeting for one brief moment. As I pull back, the two of us look at each other and smile, partly from happiness and partly from our sheepishness. It's going to be a while before this comes naturally, I guess. As I watch her, though, Eileen's face slowly collapses into frustration. What's wrong?
Everything's wrong!
It's so true, kid. Eileen makes no secret of her displeasure. She sighs and takes to her feet, confronting the small and very unhappy girl before us. It stings to be so close, only to be interrupted.
Eve.
Eileen's sister takes little notice, directing her pouting towards the object of her annoyance. Me.
She's my sister! I finally get to play with Eileen after so long, and you keep hugging her!
Oh my god, she's just a baby!
Wanna play, do you?
Eileen slips behind Eve while she's busy ranting at me, bringing her arms around the child's midsection and lifting her up against her chest with ease. As Eve finds her feet dangling a couple of inches from the carpet, she begins flailing about to grab a foothold.
Let go of me!
Who is the VA? Wait. Sorry, that voice just sounds very, very familiar. Amy Smith, who are you? You sound familiar. Who are you?
Wow, you haven't grown at all.
That'll definitely help calm her down. To no surprise, the two stop fighting. Eve's slight body jerking this way and that as Eileen plants her feet and refuses to let go despite her squirming around. When was the last time you saved? I haven't saved yet this stream. Let me do that now. It was 35 minutes ago. She's an Aussie? Insane.
I'll tell Mom on you!
And what, she'll ground me?
Eve fruitlessly continues to struggle, arms and legs flailing about in the air. For all her frustration and growling, her acting out just makes Eileen all the more amused as she teases her little sister. Watching the two having their little sibling scuffle, it reminds me of my brothers at home. For the first time, my nerves about being here fade a little. She's so little! Sitting on the side of the bed I'll be using for a week, I idly watch the news on the small television placed on a cabinet. The little speakers on the device try valiantly, but the voices are so tinny I can barely understand them. It's 10:30 in the evening, going by the clock in the corner of the broadcast. Adulthood's weird. Now that I can go to sleep whenever I want without my parents disapproving, I dutifully do so at reasonable time anyway so I can be fresh for school. Could be me. The fact I'm actually watching the news nowadays too is strange. Eve is voiced by an Australian FS. Casting was a lot of, wait, your audition wasn't your actual accent. I love voice actors, they're absolutely insane. Did you know though, here's a fun little fact. Australian accents make it a lot easier for us to learn like different accents because of how our like accents are structured. So a lot of times it's easy for Australians to learn like American accents and more like British aligned, any of the like, you know, any of the more British ones. And it's why there are times that we get hired to do certain things in bigger corporate like jobs because we can change our accents a lot easier and sound a lot more natural. And it's so funny to me because that's an actual thing. It's funny and I love it. Bored of the reports about trucks being stuck after sliding around on the roads, I let myself flop back onto the soft blankets as it drones on. Lacking the energy to do much else, I lazily stare upwards. With voice media being US produced, I found it super easy to learn by imitating them. Yeah, no, like... It's... I found that when I was in full-time, they did make us have to do accent practice, which is... It was very funny, because it was very easy for me to pick up more of the American accents to what they wanted me to learn. It was very easy, actually. But now it's also affected my natural accent, which I think is funny as fuck. I also love, and it's been so funny hearing this, because of Bluey, a whole heap of, like, American kids are developing Australian accents. Or, like, their accents are shifting towards more Australian, and I think that's funny. I think a whole heap of kids developing Australian, like, accents. Accents are funny. Hell yeah, Bluey. Bluey is insane for that. They really just said, okay, it's time to do what Peppa Pig did, but make it Australian. Something similar to Peppa. Yeah. It's so funny. Because, like, especially because, like, a lot of our media being so Americanized, it's very easy for, like, kids here to develop very American-sounding accents. Which is why American Australian is very common, where a lot of our Australian accents do take on things that are a bit more American when we say things. So it's really like the funniest Uno reverse of all time. I need to stop touching the bubble wrap. I'm not touching it. Please not the pig. Oh my god, how do you get PTSD from the pig? Yet another unfamiliar ceiling above me. It feels like everything is constantly changing these days. My old home sure didn't have a guest bedroom, let alone one that's so nicely furnished. Here I was thinking I'd be squeezing into Eileen's bed. Not that I'd have minded that at all. For all the lovely things she has here though, Eileen seems to be intentionally trying to distance herself from her parents. I don't understand it at all. She might have told me not to pry into her life, but it's hard to ignore what's right in front of my face. I have a sister who enjoys it when she was younger and I would hear it all the damn time. Okay, felt on something else. I had to listen to a different series all the time growing up because of siblings. I quickly shuffle myself up at the sound of the opening door sliding across the carpet. With a gentle touch, Eileen gingerly closes the door behind her. I thought everyone to be asleep by now, but maybe I should have expected her of all people to still be up.
Eileen.
She puts a finger over her lips as she turns back, before walking up, climbing onto the bed, and facing me as I twist around. The two of us end up sitting in its center. Shouldn't you be sleeping? Same goes for you. She has me there. Far from the quiet feeling awkward, I find myself smiling at our secret rendezvous. It feels like we're kids having a sleepover. Too bad the movie is just news instead of some horror movie we snuck past our parents. You did that? Once. My friends were so freaked out we went back to the usual horrible romance stuff. There's nothing wrong with romance movies. Neki, you better be watching this moment. Gotta get Neki on alert. Her face makes it abundantly clear this is a difference of opinion that'll never be bridged. I have to admit, there is one thing different to back then too. Eileen's body is really hard to ignore when we're like this. Oh god, okay. As much as I tried to distract myself from the subject, she did sneak into my bedroom at night. Oh? What's wrong? Nothing. It's just, you're really pretty. It isn't often I catch her being bashful, but I think this might finally be one of those times. My moment of victory is brief though, with Eileen's quick movement towards me taking me all the more off guard. Oh? What is happening? Unable to make sense of the girl suddenly lunging at me, the both of us are sent falling backwards into the soft mattress. Oh my god. It takes a couple of seconds to collect myself and work out what's happened, time seeming to stop as I'm left staring upwards at the pair of emerald eyes above me. I'm pinned, I think. A brief attempt to right myself ends in a little more than a couple of weak jerks. Eileen holding my arms to the thick sheets. Oh my god! What is happening with her body weight? Silence reigns, my vision filled with her face looking downwards. I have no idea what to say as my heart beats wildly in my chest, yet she doesn't say a word.
Eileen, what are you...
I missed you.
How am I supposed to respond to that? Were her face any different, I'd think it an invitation, but there's a sincerity there that takes me off guard. I wonder how often I've seen her face, or anyone's, from this close and for so long. I can't help but stare upwards, trying my best to read that face I so often can't. As I do though, I realize something. She's doing just the same. Maybe she's scared of forcing me to do something I don't want to do, or afraid of getting too close too fast. Maybe she's simply like I am, unused to being looked at this intently. Either way, she isn't leering over me. Eileen's genuinely unsure what to do next. Whatever the reason, I can't help but smile a little.
Did I say something wrong?
I was just thinking how you're still the same as ever.
What's that supposed to mean?
I hate that I said that internally. Like, what the fuck does she mean by this? I answer her confusion by lifting my chin a little in invitation, not that I can move much more. Oh my god. This is women kissing. Oh my god, the women are kissing. Oh my god, the women are kissing, guys. Okay, pop off, queens. Without any further prompting needed, she presses her lips to mine with a satisfied sigh. It isn't long before our tongues move about, her breath tingling on my face. I squirm about roughly as the atmosphere gets heavier between us, Eileen easily keeping me down. It's a little exciting to be playing like this, and she shows no signs of letting up. A shiver runs up my spine as I find her thigh between my legs in my fidgeting. Oh my god, okay. in my fidgeting about, my heart beginning to race with ideas of this and that. With lips affectionately breaking and meeting, Eileen barely letting me take so much of a breath, I can't help but think back to the first time I did this. Then several sharp thuds against the door ring out. My entire body freezes, my heart nearly jumping out of my chest. The both of us freeze up as I break from our kissing to look over, hoping against hope that the door doesn't creak open.
It's getting late, Allison!
Oh my god! Why now of all times? I can only thank my lucky stars that we've been quiet, but being one door handle turn from being seen like this is far too close for comfort.
Right. Sorry, I'll go to bed soon.
That was remarkably more natural than I thought I'd be able to pull off.
Thank you. If you need anything, just ask. Sleep well.
This is insane.
Thanks. Good night.
As her footsteps go down the hallway, the both of us heave a great sigh. The mood's completely gone as the both of us look to each other. I suppose this is one benefit of Eileen having her own apartment. I run my hands through my hair to settle myself down as Eileen sits back on the bed, wisely letting a few minutes go by before trying to slip out of my room. I also missed living alone. Well, that was annoying. I'm just saying the twofold cast would never. I think... See you tomorrow, I guess. Have a good sleep. With that, she slips off the bed, quietly shuffling across the room before pausing a moment before turning the handle. As I pick myself up to wish her a good night, she curtly turns back. To be honest, I think you look really pretty too. I don't manage to form a reply before she skitters out of the room. Then again, my scarlet cheeks probably did the job for me. Actually, you know what? I think they should fuck. I think the twofold cast should. I think it would be silly. Give them a chance. I believe in them. Ah, she's so little. You wouldn't fucking cast Christian twofold household. Quick, someone get a twofold fanfic writer to write it. I believe in you. Wait, are there any fanfics yet? I'm gonna see. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted for 2 seconds. I promise it's 2 seconds. Oh my god, someone fix this. Someone fix this. Someone fix this. Wait, really? Millie, twofold AO3. What? Someone fix them? No one's done anything. I think Redacted should grab her by... Then redacted Twitch banned me. Not yet. Neki, cook. I believe in you. Rubbing sleep from my eyes as I slowly drag myself to the living room, a restrained yawn heralds my entrance. I thought I might have trouble getting to sleep in an unfamiliar place, but after everything that happened, I crashed almost immediately. I ain't no writer, okay, but like, Millie says that you can write if you believe in yourself, technically. You just need to know how to start. Follow Millie's great advice. If Olive can write, so can you. I want to write for them, but idea is empty. No, you're real for that, actually. Fucking hate myself, thanks to Millie. Wait, we need to fix this. How do you even start a new, like, thing in AO3? That's insane. Oh my god. Looks like Eileen's family are early risers. Noises from the kitchen, presumably being from her parents, while the television blares away just ahead. The fire's crackling would make it quite a cozy scene, if not for being interspersed with cartoon voices. Eve sits on the couch as I glance down, already bundled up in her winter outfit like a puffy ball of clothing, eagerly watching the morning cartoons, her legs swing away as she happily munches on a bowl of brightly colored cereal. I can't help but smile. Reminded of my own childhood, the show and the setting might be different, but the innocence is just the same. I forgot what this simple experience felt like. I take a seat beside the oversized hamster, Eve barely acknowledging my presence, before Eileen pops in from the kitchen and calls out to me. Looks like the coffee in her hand hasn't kicked in quite yet.
Allison.
Want any food? There's toast and cereal if you want any. I don't usually eat breakfast, thanks though. Shrugging in response, the tired Eileen heads back out. Despite settling down to watch Eve's cartoons with her, I can't help but eavesdrop as the conversation between Eileen and her mother can be heard from the other room. Neki,
Any plans for the day?
you have a writer friend. Make them cook.
I was going to study for school.
Real studying? Not just drawing?
I'm trying but them. Fix them! The cartoon's loud exclamations punctuate the short silence that forms Eileen's reply. Do we do a canon ship for the first twofold fic? It has to be a canon fic. You gotta start off with, like, the iconic, you know? You gotta start off with the canon. I think we should be silly, and someone should write a written works.
Should have known. I've seen your marks from high school. I just want you to do well. Maybe you can have Allison help. She seems to have a good head on her shoulders.
Oh my god, no.
She's been helping me with my math already.
Thank you, Weave. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Stay safe, make good choices.
And here I was, worrying about who you might end up with for a girlfriend.
You know I can handle myself fine. Why worry?
Because I'm your mother. That's why.
Oh, I hated that. Eileen doesn't exactly sound buoyed by the comments, but I have to admit that the praise is nice to hear. It is a bit sad to hear her mother doesn't approve of her pursuing art, though. I wonder how tempered this exchange is, thanks to them keeping things together since I'm around.
Oh, morning, you two.
Going out, dear?
Just swinging into town to grab paper and milk. Want to come along?
Eve, Allison, we're heading out for a moment.
Okay.
Okay.
We're going by your favorite shop, Eve.
I'm coming! She drops her almost finished bowl onto the coffee table so hastily that it nearly spills, skittering out to the door with a faint pitter-patter on the carpet. It's amazing how much energy kids have. Eileen's parents give a short farewell as they escort Eve out. The girl racing out straight to the car to be a child again, filled with excitement for the next car trip or television show. Never redeem a hydrate. Caps has my back. Caps supports me in my anti-hydrate agenda. With her family out the door, Eileen watches them drive off before heading over. I shift over a little as she drops onto the couch, setting her coffee down with somewhat more care than her sister's cereal. I give a loud stretch, but rather than being out of tiredness, it's more to calm myself as my heart starts beating in anticipation. We're finally alone. For real this time. As I look over to Eileen, it is obvious that she has the same idea as she turns off the television. Want to pick up where we left off last night? Oh my god. I want to, but isn't it kind of early for this? That's quitter talk, Allison, come on. She has to think that one through. It'll wake us up. I'm not given a chance to respond as she presses her lips to mine. Not that I particularly wanted to argue the fact. This will likely be the last time we can share a moment like this for a good while. The snow makes a satisfying sound as I pat it down, each handful making the sphere before me that little bit larger. It's surprising how much physical work putting a snowman together is, but this is my first time making one this size. Standing out on the front lawn in the cold of early morning, I keep patiently patting away at my creation, slowly but surely building him up. I've been wanting to make a snowman for a while now, but between moving, studying, and hanging out with others, there just hasn't been much time. While I might have wanted to keep lazing around with Eileen, her family probably won't take much longer to get back, and she wanted to keep practicing her art. If nothing else, at least we're both a lot more awake now. Insane. It's rather nice to be out here, despite the cold, and given some much needed time to unwind. I think I'm living up to the expectations of Eileen's family, but living in another's home under the gaze of strangers is still stressful. Not that I'm alone out here. The odd squirrel flits about in the distance between the trees, and birds can be heard chirping away from the pines. I wonder if Eileen, for her love of the outdoors, appreciates the sound of nature around here. Even if you're the only person around, you're never really alone. The air is nice here too, fresh with just a hint of pine wafting from the trees. It's only when a car door clings shut behind me that I realize I've become so distracted with my surroundings. Her father makes idle mention of how little traffic they encountered as they pass into the house, with her mother guessing that the cars must be going in the direction of the city instead. Eve bounces out of the car after them before stopping to spy at what I'm up to. A snowman! Yep, never had the time to make one back home. Want to build one too? Yeah! Needing no further prompting, she enthusiastically rushes past me and crouches down, pushing together snow with her tiny gloved hands. The two of us start working away, with her snowman slowly starting to take form next to mine. There's almost a therapeutic feel to it all, relaxing outside as I see the large snowman coming together with each little step. Even Eve seems to have quieted down, focusing wholly on her work. Maybe this is a bit what sculpture is like. She is, baby! I'm holding her like a ferret. She's so tiny. It's satisfying to build something with my own hands and see an object form where there was nothing before. Looking over to Eve's snowman as I go, I'm impressed with how quickly she's managed to get something together. The slightly lopsided figure roughly equal to her height.
Wow. You must have lots of practice.
She continues working away at it, making a bit of a show of pounding the snow into shape with both hands, her entire upper body being put into it.
Eileen taught me how to make snowmen.
Aww. There's a bit of hesitation still, as if reminding herself that she shouldn't talk too much to the stranger suddenly hanging around her sister. Hopefully the fun of sharing the experience might help distract her.
It sounds like you and Eileen are really close.
I don't get to play with her much now that she's moved out.
Angel.
I miss her when she goes away, but Mom and Eileen always argue when she's home.
You could visit her back in Utah, maybe. I'm sure she'd like the company.
Dad says we will, but he's always got work. I want to see her paintings. She was always making them before she went away.
Oh no! Absolutely not!
Her paintings are really pretty, aren't they?
Yeah, but Mom said it's not a real job, so Eileen gets mad.
Oh, there it is.
What about Dad?
Dad said he thinks the same, but that they shouldn't fight so much over it.
Sounds like they don't get along very well.
Oh boy, that's a bit fucked up.
Hey, can you make Eileen happier?
Oh, baby!
I'll certainly do my best.
Wait, that was so cute. That was in my mind. Can you make Eileen happier? Oh my god, what a oh, you're so scrunky. Welcome back to oh my god. That was so cute. Can we borrow a volcano so we can toss the parents? Absolutely, go for it. These parents are shit. Satisfied with the best answer I could drum up, she goes back to work on her snowman, little hands collecting some more snow to pat on. Take me back to Perfect Circle. I miss Perfect Circle. It emotionally damaged me, but god, I fucking miss it. Ugh. I keep thinking about that scene with the babies asleep in the car. And what happens in that scene. This is how you know we didn't write FS. Theo and I are 100% all about give your characters parents that love them so that people that didn't have parents that love them can automatically attach themselves to those characters. I'm just saying. Give me parental characters who just effortlessly love their kids. That shit hits different. Eight! Ah! Oh, I miss my moms. I think media should have more loving parents. No, it absolutely should. I get it, we're all traumatized by our parents, but like, come on. Angst sucks. Angst in like certain doses, incredible. 24/7 angst, terrible. You're relying too, like, I am so, okay, I'm gonna start this. This is my personal opinion. If you rely so heavily on angst your entire work, it genuinely takes away from the story. And again, my opinion, some people love that. For me, reading something that is 99% angst and heartbreak, it feels like you're missing something. You need to have a good balance of angst and like non-angst to help, one, lift up the happier moments, and two, lift up the angst moments. You need that balance. Angst builds the character. Girl, they're getting worse. Yeah, no, literally. Like, there are a lot of, like, things that I read where there's so much sadness. Like, there's just constant pain after pain after pain after pain, and it's like, where is the development that they're gonna go through? They're just gonna come out of this traumatized. They have anxiety and PTSD. That's all that happened. I think it's best used on characters who are happy like 90% of the time, because then you really notice it. Yeah, no, real. I also like when you start a character in angst and give them reasons to improve and be happy. I like, if you are going to give me a character that is starting with a lot of depression and angst, I want to see that character improve. And it's not a linear thing. I need to see that character go through crippling sad moments, have those moments of, I need to like improve myself, I need to stop feeling this way, getting sad again. Like, I need that. If you're going to give me a lot of a sad character, you need to show me that they are going to grow. Because I don't know. I feel like if you rely too heavily on angst, you know, it feels too cheap. Like, to be purely blunt, it's like how I hate the misunderstanding trope because it gets relied on too heavily and it's very rarely done right. And that really leads into angst as well, because you've got all that sadness that comes with it. Like, writing angst is such a careful tightrope of a thing to, like, walk, because it is so easy to get caught up in making your characters sadder. It's easy to write characters being traumatized and going through pain. It is harder to write a character who can experience pain and all of that other stuff and come out of it in the end. It is so easy to make that character just miserable all the time. It's harder to give that character development and self-improvement because you need to understand how that works. Like, you need to understand. Like, you need to have an understanding about how to handle emotions, how to process grief. Like, a lot of that stuff you need to know or have access to the research to, like, and experiences. And so it's a lot easier to just rely on, keep making them sad. I hate miscommunication stuff nowadays. It's just talk so you can easily... Yeah, it's just talk. Just every time I see something where miscommunication is such a prevalent thing, I'm like, this could have been solved by having just a conversation. Isn't that crazy? You could have just talked and none of this would have happened. Oh my god, insane. PC was one of my faves of Twofold to work on because since it's locked behind finishing both paths, everyone should be going into it and knowing how it ends so we could go ham with it. Yeah, and even then, like, there are still, like, there was those softer moments. Like, even in, like, the most cripplingly sad things, there was that, like, them sitting outside the car, like, it's those moments that really build it. And it's why I love Twofold so much, because you balance it so perfectly. It's not just a depression spiral after depression after depression after depression. There's so much dynamic. They're so three-dimensional. They're real people. I refuse to believe they're fictional. They're so perfectly, like, 3D that they just feel like you've just... they're just real people. You're just telling people stories. Like, they react so humanly to situations, which is a thing that a lot of people don't do when it comes to angst things. It's all tragedy and trauma, and oh my god, you gave your character anxiety. You put her through so much trauma that character has anxiety. Congratulations. Soft angst, real. 3D twofold model when? Oh my god. Dang, we get all this for free. Imagine the content we'll get up to $500. Real! It's gonna be my 3-hour, like, video essay about every single thing to do with Twofold. Like, don't even get, like, the Stardew Valley stream has been infected by me just talking about Twofold and themes. Like, Neki just sitting there listening to me talk about, like, all of the, like, themes and how it portrays certain things better than most media nowadays. Oh my god. Get me to $500 and it's okay. I'll make it worth every cent, because that's just 3 hours probably of unhinged me talking nonstop, breaking down, like, themes. It's okay, we love you talking about it. It's my entire personality at this point. We have to... it's... my personal video essay. Me and Neki's DMs, like, Sir Millie this and Millie that, and I miss Millie. Why is my screen turned off? Turn back on, thank you. Just picturing Mari as Charlie Day in the Always Sunny. In the what? You haven't Millied in a while? When was the last time I tweeted about Millie? I was losing my mind over what you showed me the other day. When was the last time I tweeted about Millie? Wait, I'm gonna figure this out. Oh my god, this is my first Millie ramble for the year. It's been a week! 27th. Yeah, it's been a week. That's crazy. Oh my god, my first Millie Rebel of the year on stream, guys. That's so crazy. Theo said 2024 was the year of Millie on Twitter and you didn't even— Where was that? Wait, where was that? Did I miss that? Wait. Where was this? Wait, what? Hang on. Where was this? Did I miss something? Wait. I need to find this. There's the LRT. I don't understand. What's the LRT? New drawings over and over again. Wait. It's referencing a tweet talking about during the same scene, but the tweet was deleted. Now it's just so I'm like, what is happening? No! They are! I missed this tweet! There was a Millie mention! I can't believe this. Turning me on my way to turn on notifications for Theo, like I will never miss another Millie. Y'all think I'm joking. I did it. Caps, you're next. You didn't already have notifs on? I don't have notifs on for anybody, because normally I see everything. I normally see everything, but because I've been mostly offline the last few days preparing that damn announcement tweet. Our feelings are existent in the fourth wall. I love Millie for doing this. She's so funny for that, actually. God, I miss her. I keep staring at the art that I commissioned from Theo. It is like my favorite thing. I showed my housemate and I was like, look at it! Like holding it in their face, like, look at it, it's real! I need my goal this year, when I have the funds, is I'm gonna ask Theo to draw Millie with Entei in Molly's outfit, because I really need that AU now. After that one discussion, I need it so bad. I think about it every day. I rewatched the third movie again, and I watched it with Millie in mind the entire time this time, and it was insane. Like, I was in my emotions. I was like, yep, this is crazy. This is so real. I'm sitting there nearly crying because, oh my god, Millie. I was having a lot of feelings that day. Oh my god, movie date idea. I wasn't watching it on my own. I made someone else watch it with me. I was like, we're watching this, let's go. I'm currently introducing Team Gay to all of the Pokemon movies, and I am now assigning them, like, to, like, I'm like, oh my god, this character's just like this character in Twofold. Oh my god, this character's like this character from Please Be Happy. Oh my god, this character's like this character from National Park Girls. That's the entire time it's gonna be that now. Everyone is like them now. I will make it work. Trust me. I will make it happen. Called Lucario. Lucario is so Mimo but Unbi at the same time. Like, perfect blend of the sisters. It's so funny. I'm so excited. I'm gonna make Neki watch it. and I'll let y'all know the results. Trust me, it's gonna be funny as heck. I'm sorry, I just read something. I'm dying. Oh my god. Have you read the PBH short story? I didn't have time. I didn't have time before stream, so I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Because I love myself. Wait. I'm not gonna do it tomorrow because I'm gonna have work and then straight into Team Gay. I'm gonna do it Friday. I'm gonna experience emotional damage. I can't wait for your screams. It's gonna be insane. I'm gonna feel feelings. Oh my god, I tangented again. Get ready to cry. Solid ways. It'd be like that. Hello, welcome. Oh no. Okay. We have sidetracked again. Y'all enabling me. I might say that. Oh, that note. Thanks for taking a pic of the postcard. I was wondering how the quality was. Yeah, no, I love it so much. It's safe. It's very safe. It actually came in really good quality too. Like, I was like, oh my god. Like, it was so safe. Like, I think one side is slightly creased, and even then, it is so minimal. I was like, oh my goodness. Hell yeah. And it's, I cleared out one of my, like, shelves behind my glass in this room, and it's just a whole heap of please be happy, and then twofold. And now I need more twofold, so that there's equal twofold. Like, I couldn't finish putting everything up there. I have such a collection now already. I keep looking at it, and I keep getting emotional, because I looked at it again. I'm getting emotional. I'm not getting emotional. I love it so much. I'm like, oh my god, it's there. There's right there. I had it on my desk all of yesterday, and then I moved it in there with everything else today, because I was like, I should probably not have it on my desk, because I've been having it on my desk right in front of my monitor so I can see it all the time, but now it's safe. Elon and Bell House merch all over my apartment. I love it so much. This was my first ever, like, merch. I was so excited, like, from, like, Elon and Bell House. Like, I have curiosity. I do also have Aspen and Miho stuff, and I'm very excited. I have a lot of things. I'm very excited. But yeah, I'm very happy with what I have attained. I one day will post everything, but for now I'm just enjoying my little adventure, you know? I want to make it look pretty. I want to get a proper frame for, like, everything. But yeah, I also had to move all of my Holo merch, because I had all of my Hololive merch in there, but I had to move it up into one. And so, like, I was looking at it, I was like, oh, I am running out of space really quickly, and I have, I think, 5 more plushies on the way. It's gonna be a fun time. I also need to post my little, I got some keychains to put on my keys, so I'm gonna do my keychain on my keys reveal, because everyone already roasts me for the amount of keychains that I have, because I collect them. So it's gonna be a little bit funny. I'm not beating the allegations. I'm gonna get told off again. I used to have a whole separate thing of just keychains. There was like 17 at one point, and people were like, you need to stop, girl. And so I put them all on like a pin board instead. But now, I'm just being enabled again. So, we're being silly like that. Anyway, once the physicals arrive, I'm getting a merch package. I need that new mouse pad. I need so much of the twofold stuff. I'm also still campaigning for a Millie plushie. I am the #1 Millie plushie supporter. I will make it real myself if I have to. I just think she's scrunky. I just think the scrunky little baby needs to be held. And I'll just put her in there as well. Behind the glass for safety. But yeah, very exciting. Anyway, let me continue this before I get distracted again. I promised I would finish this tonight and I'm running out of time and I don't think I'm anywhere near finishing. I think you're getting another stream. I might say that, but I don't really know where to begin, now that I think about it. She's done a lot for me, but when I think back to when we've been together, all I've been able to do around her is watch as she draws and paints. I'm just getting myself worried over her. As she said, Eileen's perfectly capable of looking after herself. It's not like she needs me to be happy. Trying to stop myself from dwelling, I focus on patting the head of my snowman some more to make it a bit less rectangular.
Do you paint too?
Aw.
Not really. I just draw cute things.
I draw too! Can I show you my drawings later?
If you go to a 4th stream and you finish FS too quickly in that one, you can just go back to... Oh my god, wait, that's so true. No, wait, you're so real for that, actually. I'm pretty sure you're just only 1/3 in. No, please! What do you mean? Oh my god, I'm not even doing this intentionally. I'm so sorry.
Sure, that'd be great.
As she beams a grin, I'm glad to finally be making headway with her. I never thought I'd be bonding through messing about in the snow. Have you shown Mom and Dad? They're always busy, so I can't always show them. My nanny's seen all of them though, she's nice. A nanny, huh? I suppose you don't get to live this nicely without some sacrifices. I wonder if Eileen was raised by a nanny too. Hydrate? Sure thing. So glad I brought 2 bottles of water in with me. I'm being squeezed dry. Your points! Your points! I will say, the points will be valuable on that specific weekend, so keep that in mind. And a stretch. Oh my god, my back just cracked. Thank you for the stretch. Oh, that felt good. I'm so sorry if you heard that, actually. Oh my god. I have 90k. You're insane for that one. What if I end your stream right now? If you end the stream right now, then I guess we're definitely getting another stream next week. You're a little bit crazy for that. The second to last one. I wonder if either of them ever really connected with their parents. As we work away on our creations, the door opens once more. Looking around to see who it is, a familiar figure strides up. I do worry about her long boots in the slippery snow, but she doesn't seem bothered.
Huh?
What are you two doing? I end your stream before you save again? Oh my god. I can still save it! It just means the stream ends. Making snowmen. You don't say. Well, if you want some lunch instead of freezing out here and making snowmen all day, come in from the cold already.
Oh.
But I want to make him better. Eileen studies her work for a moment before reaching over towards me. Too confused to respond, I just stand there as Eileen's hands reach over and take my scarf in their grip. Unwinding it from my neck, she silently walks over to Eve's snowman and smartly wraps it around what's probably supposed to be the neck.
Self-voicing enabled.
What the fuck?
Unwinding it from my neck, she sighed. Self-voicing disabled.
I misclicked a button and I don't know what button I clicked. That's insane. What happened there? What? What? What did I click? Oh my god. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons today.
Chippy chippy choppa choppa to be dabba dabba mahiko me to be bum 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 bum.
Oh shit, I should have realized what that was and I could have been... Redeem it again, redeem it again. I got you, Neki. Neki, redeem it again. I got you this time. It was V. It was V. I figured it out. It was V. That got me good. Oh my god. It's on cooldown? No! Anyways, did you know Millie's birthday falls on a Wednesday this year? Oh, guys, I know what we're doing. Tuck's her behind here. I know what we're doing. Actually, that's crazy. Wait, Neki, I got you. For the meme. I've been loving those TikToks, actually. I've been so insane about them. I've been so normal. Wait, I got you. Fuck, how do I do this again? I got this.
Chippy chippy choppa choppa to be dabba dabba mahiko me to be bum 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 bum.
There you go, Neki. I got you. That makes no sense to so many people, but we know. I can't believe Millie's birthday's on a Wednesday. That's crazy. Oh my god. Millie. I know women love Wednesdays. Oh, I'm gonna relive my pain. There, he'll be happier now that he's less cold. He'll still be here when you get back, so go and eat something.
Huh.
Your show is starting, you know. Shocked that she might be missing even a minute, she completely drops any attention she had on the snowman and stomps off as quickly as her restricting clothes allows. It's obvious Eileen has Eve wrapped around her little finger. I'm assuming this must be some sort of Zoomer meme. Oh my god, it is a Zoomer meme. It's basically like you move it in your camera around your cat as the music's playing in all different like POV like movements, and the cat reacts to it, and it's really funny. Wait, oh my god, wait! I thought more people would know what that was. Wait. Guys, please! We're not that- I'm not a Zerma! And I know this, I swear! It's a TikTok thing! I don't know what that is. Okay, Mori, I love you, but that makes sense that you wouldn't know what that is. I'm sorry. That makes sense to me. It must be just a TikTok thing. I've seen it on YouTube Shorts. What's a TikTok? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's funny. I recommend it. It's very silly. I'll put one in Ember's discussion after stream. It's one of my favorite trends at the moment. I've been watching it for hours on end. It's so pleasing to watch. All I'm left to do is stare at Eileen pouting. You can grab your scarf back when Eve gets bored of making him. I was going to use it on my own, snowman.
Seriously?
I swear you're worse than her at sometimes. The sound of Saturday morning kids shows fills the living room as I walk back in, each hand carefully balancing a bowl of cereal. Eve sits quietly, wholly focused on watching television. While still something of a work in progress, she seems more content to let me hang around now, even if she doesn't engage much. Maybe simply being friendly company is enough for her. Despite being the weekend, Eve's parents are out once again. This time, they're with Eileen to check how her car is going. Of all the ways Eileen's home is different to my own, it's the sheer quiet that most gets me. With few cars around nor people nearby, there's only the odd boisterous bird outside to make noise. I could get used to small town life like this. My spacing out is interrupted as the main door shuts with a loud thud, a familiar figure striding past.
Hey,
Theo! Hi, Theo! Good morning, good morning, good morning! Hello! Welcome back. How's the car? It's fine. We're heading out once Dad's finished poking at it, by the way. Sure. Where are we going? You'll see. Finish your breakfast for now. I'll get your clothes out and pack everything. Isn't this a bit of a rush? I still have sleep in my eyes from waking up, and she's usually a zombie at this time of morning. Still standing around with bowls in my hand, I hold them out and look down, checking that I'm not going crazy and did actually dress myself this morning. Don't worry, you barely missed any fastener, please! I swear! This is so different to, like... This is so different to when it was, like, twofold and I was, like, going through it so fast. I'm so sorry. But I'm already dressed. Not for where we're going. Twofold is an event. First note was a chat room. Me in my best dress for Twofold. Surreal. The quiet morning is only punctuated by the crunch of snow underfoot, the occasional birds chirping, and the
You're having a tangent day.
Apparently I'm having a massive tangent day. And from the occasional birds chirping and the jangle of items from our backpacks. At least you know if I ever do a just chatting stream, it's gonna be fucking insane. Apart from the woman plodding ahead before me and the footprints she leaves behind, all that I can see are pine trees, as much snow on their branches as greenery. You build like a tangent fucking Christ. Oh, and the puffs of condensation from our breaths. The scenery is nice at least. I'd hardly expected to be spending today hiking through the forest when she dragged me out of the house, but so far it's been a pleasant way to spend the day. I love how hard we had to retcon this so Eileen can't tell her cold, just because Theo drew Eileen in the wrong outfit in Aquarium CG. I love that actually. Tight as my legs may be, Eileen's pace doesn't falter. The hiking clothes she lent me hang off my frame, but I suppose that should have been expected given our height difference. They're comfortable though, and most of all warm. God forbid a woman have more than one clothes. Picked a good day for all this. Not exactly warm, but at least it's not bitterly cold. She says this with all the care that one might give when looking out the window of a morning. Eileen really seems to be treating this as almost an everyday activity. The fact we need bear spray out here also weighs on my mind. Apparently, being black bear country, Eileen simply carries it in stride. I want to pat a bear. I think bears are friend-shaped. I think bears are little guys. Would approach a bear and pat them. I mean, Nova's a bear. I would pat Nova as well. And so we keep plodding ahead. On the plus side, the air is nice and fresh up here. The odd huge bird squawking as it flies above us, its calls echoing around the mountains, makes for a nice atmosphere. When we're alone like this, her family feels like the elephant in the room. There's so much I want to talk to her about, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say since she told me not to pry. Mari, you would eat lava in a second. In an absolute heartbeat. You put that in front of me, I'm gonna just put that in my mouth. That looks delicious. Lava have you seen where they scoop it up and they put it into the water? When they scoop it up, it looks so delicious. Just, put it in my mouth. Please do not pet a wild bear, Mari. I want to so bad. They look so friendly. They look like they would give good hugs. Someone who has seen bears, they are not friend-shaped, but they look friend-shaped. Why do your animals look friend-shaped if not friend? Not with that attitude. Exactly! It's hot yogurt. Exactly! You're so right for that. You will have better luck hugging the trash pandas. I also want to pat and hug the trash pandas. Like, exactly. I also want to hold a bobcat because they look so funny. They're like funky little guys. Aren't polar bears like the only species of animal that actively sees human as prey? Do they? That is so interesting. They look so friend-shaped though. Like, they look like you could just pick it up and call it a little baby and like scratch its forehead. No, they get massive. It's terrifying. But hear me out. Just a little guy. You say that they're big, but they're still just a little guy. The one time I saw a brown bear on the trail while hiking. If y'all are gonna drag Otter's reputation through the mud, bears are not getting through this unscathed. Look, otters are evil. Otters are evil, but they're also friend-shaped. But otters are also very evil. Bears are just friendly little guys. 10 out of 10. Just holding them like little angels that they are. I just ripped the little. I need to stop touching things. Have you seen a cat bear? What is a cat bear? Am I falling for a trick here? No, I just googled it. Oh my god. Guys, I want to touch something. I want to hold this like a baby. What is this? I love him. What a little guy. I love how a red panda is in my search results. Get out of there. You don't belong there. What a little guy. Oh, my angel. Mari! Oh fuck, I'm tangenting. Neki! Mountain lions need pets? They do! We have a cat bear in one of our zoos, and the cat bear is part of the petting exhibit. Oh my god, wait, you got to pat one. That's insane! I want to pat one. They look so friends. Guys, stop distracting me. We don't need the counter, I swear, I can change. So you experienced it this, huh?
Sure.
Yeah, I've been for a few hikes around here. Played outside a lot as a kid, ended up adventuring more and more until I started hiking. With your father, or...?
No.
No, alone. It's nice to have some time to myself. Without a doubt, Eileen has to be the most solitary person I've ever met. Maybe this explains her abrasiveness towards her parents, but it feels a little unfair for her to take it out on them. Quick talk about worry cats. No! Coming out here has been a real help with my art too. But we're running out of breath. I have to stop and take a moment to collect myself. My natural pace is slower than Eileen's, making this hike all the more taxing. How is all this related to art? The more life experiences you have, the more inspiration you have. Hard to create anything of worth while stuck in the four walls of my room. You need input to be able to create output. That's how culture works. Quick, someone say their favorite Warrior Cats book. That would require someone in here to have read the Warrior Cats books. I think I'm safe. Thinking on her words as I turn and start moving once more, Eileen's voice calls out.
Allison.
Watch out, there's a stone there. I look at my feet, quickly stepping around the dangerous trip hazard. If it weren't so big, I'd move it out of the way for future people coming up here. I took this route a lot as a kid. It's probably the easiest way to make it through this area, but you still have to keep an eye out. This was the first one, the one with the cats. I'm curious about Blue Star's lore now because of that one map. Blue Star has her own super edition, I have it. My breathing heavy, I come to the grim realization that Eileen must have been far more fit when she was young than I am now.
Sorry.
Dawn rolled. You're based for that. Wait, Blue Star has a side story? She does. Blue Star has her own special edition. I'll take the hydrate. She has her own special edition with her like whole life story of what happens to her before the first arc. You're falling for the tangents? No! Sorry, I'm a total city kid, I guess.
Huh.
You're plenty smart, but you can't just pick up everything from books and internet, you know? I don't really know how to receive that half compliment, half criticism. She haunts the narrative just like Adam. For real? I want that. Mori. We can if you want. Okay, that was only for when Theo and I collab. It's if I talk Warriors when Theo and I collab. If, you know, that was the decision. It was if Theo and I are ever in a room and we discuss Warriors together, that's it for me. It's so over. No, I can do this. Is this where Eileen picked up her independence, hiking in the woods alone? It's not like it's bad out here. The air and the sounds and everything are nice. I just can't imagine doing this alone. And not just because I'm barely being pulled along as it is. Do you think maybe we can rest soon? Going by the frown on her face, Eileen is clearly disappointed with my request. We've barely started. There's a resting place I want to reach, but we can't stop every few minutes if we want to get back by sundown. Just how far does she plan to take us? You and Theo should collab one day. I think we should too. That would be so crazy. The sound of the river getting louder and louder as we walk before the two of us finally reach a clearing after a couple of hours or so of hiking. Despite barely being able to walk, I've kept myself from complaining anymore, not wanting Eileen to be disappointed in me again. With the two of us slowing to a stop as she looks around, it seems we'll be finally making a pit stop here. I'm still waiting for my rating of dangerous animals on a pet them or not scale. I have some controversial takes on that, apparently, because I always get told off for my takes. Same as it always was, looks like nobody's messed with it. I'm about to ask what's so significant about this place before she bends down and sweeps some snow off a few large rocks, showing them to be purposely set in a small circle. Here, have a seat. Setting herself down on a particularly large rock, I quickly follow her lead and sit next to her. Looks like most of the rocks here were carefully set in the ground to make a little campsite. Positioned next to the gently flowing river, my legs are happy I get to sit down. Looks like you've come here before. I ended up building this place up into a little base camp over the years. Bears kept taking out anything I brought in or set up, but at least they leave the rocks and ditches alone. Eileen makes herself comfortable as she pulls out a tin and thermos to pour herself some water, while I cup my hands and huff into them to warm up a little. With the two of us settling down to recover for a while, I listen to the sounds around us. It's so different to my own home, with the sounds of cars and crowds replaced by the river's slow trickling and various birds and other wildlife. Somehow, it isn't a surprise that this is the kind of place Eileen would like. As she sits out here thinking to herself, she looks like part of the scenery, just as she did in her quiet art room. At least until Caprice and I made it decidedly less quiet. Then there's me, and my oversized clothes and labored breaths. It's peaceful. Yeah. I thought my apartment was quiet, but it's nothing like this.
Huh?
Your place wasn't quiet at all when I was there. Constant cars, construction, and people walking by. I'm not like you. I've only ever lived in the big city. I was worried about being so far from home, but I think I like it here. Playing with Eve has been fun too. Your family has been really nice to me as well. Eileen's face sours, making me immediately regret adding that last little addendum, or more to the point, that lecturing tone. I want to understand her, but she only gives me small pieces to work with, not enough to puzzle things together. I knew my sudden intrusion into her home would be at least a little awkward, but I've begun to realize Eileen's resistance to bringing me here was about more than that.
Eileen.
I've started speaking before even gathering my thoughts. This isn't a great start. Just what is it that makes you want to be away from them so much? To move to a different state? I mean, is it just about your choice of career, or... Can we not bring all that up? I came here exactly to get away from my parents being on my case. And then there was silence. That explains her rush in the morning to organize our hiking trip out here. Especially if she was stuck with her parents while they gave her car a spin around town. So what am I even here for? Something up? I thought you brought me out here because you wanted to share it with me. I was really excited to see the kinds of things you did growing up. Her face tells me that she hadn't even considered that reasoning. I feel a little stupid for attaching so much feeling to this now. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a good look if I left you back at the house while I wasted time out here. So this was just stress relief for her. Even now she's not looking at me, probably more busy thinking things over with regards to her family. I opened my mouth to try and ask her about it, but I can't work out what to say. I am just here because she feels obligated to invite me. I guess I should have realized she doesn't want me here. She doesn't want me here at her home at all. I'm the invader. I'm in her space. It's no wonder she treated me like a burden this entire walk. If I was just going to get in her way, she should have just said so. In the end, the only reason I even know anything about her disagreement with her parents is because Eve told me. Eileen doesn't want me to know. For now, I'll just have to be content as a spectator, looking into her life without getting too involved.
Huh?
I quickly look to her, but rather than acting contrite, she is pointing to my left side with her gaze focused. An insect seems to be lazily crawling around at the top of my left hand, with a thing about a fingernail in length and jet black. I don't recognize it, but it looks harmless enough. To be honest, I couldn't care less about the little beetle right now. You're not worried? Should I be? Well, I mean, most people don't like bugs crawling on them much. I just shrug, leaning down to press the side of my hand to the cold ground while gently persuading the bug to get off with my other hand. After a bit of effort, the little fellow gets off my glove and onto the soil, scampering off a little faster for the experience. I also would have shrieked. I would have fucking lost my mind. It won't hurt me. What, just another of your animal friends? I'm not exactly in the mood for being teased. It's the kind of thing you can learn in books or on the internet. Eileen laughs it off, but I'm sure she can tell I'm being snippy. With that, she stands up, putting her thermos and cup back into her backpack before dusting herself off. Just realized why neurodivergents enjoy playing these kinds of games, especially on oh my god. Wait. Huh. 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 Okay. We're gonna consider that one later. Ready to keep going then? We've still got the afternoon ahead of us.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. I try to put as much enthusiasm into it as I can muster, but I get the distinct feeling that I'm just along for the ride now. And so, she pushes forward without looking back at me. This is always where I am with her. Whether I'm watching Eileen paint or watching her hike, I'm always far behind her with eyes on her back. We'll unpack that one later, exactly. With a wave to her father as his car disappears down the road, Eve takes my hand in hers as we start off down the street. With the weather particularly nice today, and Eve needing to burn off some energy, we decided to take a grand tour of the local town. Her pace is thankfully slower than her sister's, with my sore legs needing a rest after the excursion yesterday. I had wanted to do this with Eileen, but she couldn't be dissuaded from painting in her room. There wasn't much fight in me to argue with her, so that was that. Maybe some time away from her is for the best. Even people who like each other sometimes need a break, I think. The old wooden storefronts hardly loom over us, being mostly just a couple of stories tall, themselves dwarfed by the forested hills behind. Strolling around is a much nicer way to take it in than clutching to Rose on the back of her bike. It's nice here. Kinda boring sometimes though. Thinking about it, I could see that being the case for a child. The few people out and about today are basically all graying older folk, hobbling along as I look around us. Such a pleasant atmosphere has its downsides. Speak for yourself, Allison, please. Go away. My thinking's interrupted by a ping from my pocket. As we stop for a moment, I pluck my phone from my pocket and unlock it. Who is it? Just my dad asking how I'm doing. As she stands on tiptoes, trying to look over the phone in curiosity, I get an idea. You're to be held like a ferret, real? Crouching a little and bringing the phone level with her, she sets herself back down. I try to hold it steady. I'll send him a photo. Stay still. In response, Eve fixes her posture to stand up prim and proper, dusting herself off to look as good as possible. It's charming how seriously she takes this. Aw, that's so cute! Dogs here with macaroni! The macaroni! With a tap and click, the photo is saved and quickly sent on to Dad as a message. I don't know how many people will understand that. That probably sounds so insane. Friend's sister is showing me around. Sounds like you're having fun. Yup. I'm here by Maury's invite. You can blame them for these revelations. I actually love that so much. How are things here? Things there. Back home safe and sound. Ferrets like macaroni. Yeah, and you kind of like shove them into the macaroni and they get excited. Your brothers are driving us nuts. We'll be glad to have you back. I've seen worse. This is still Yeah, let's go! Sounds like things are the same as ever then. See you in a few days. Miss you. Take care. Enjoy the last of your trip. I smile and lock the phone once more, slipping it back where it belongs. I wish to be dunked in macaroni as well. It sounds like it'd be a good time. It's like a human ball pit. A ball pit for humans. That's just a ball pit. Fuck. Anyway. I have to stop myself from counting down the days left here. I don't want to start regretting this trip. I'm once again wishing I was home. You're doing great, sweetie. Thank you. Macaroni is a ball pit for cheese. Real! And for ferrets. Hey, what's your family like? Totally different, I'll say that much. I have mom, dad, 3 brothers, and a cat. We all live in the city, and it's really busy and noisy every day. They're nice though. It'll be good to be back home. Satisfied with my answer, Eve pulls me forward as we begin our tour in earnest. I don't like the implications of a human ball pit. It's like the DashCon ball pit, you know? Gotta love DashCon ball pit. And she points out this and that. Though my thoughts aren't about Eve or my family, but stuck on wanting to be doing this with Eileen. Neki, would you like an extra hour in the ball pit? Just as it was whenever I watched her paint, I feel like I'm watching her life from outside, rather than sharing our time together. I don't doubt that she likes me. She certainly likes me in a physical sense. I like those times too, but I feel like I'm the only one who wants us to become closer in more than just a physical sense. No longer want to be in the vault. I'm the one who planned our first date. I'm the one who asked me to come here. Who asked to come here. Now I'm wondering if Eileen even wanted any of this. The one time I thought Eileen wanted to share something with me, she was just using me to distract herself from her problems. Problems that she wouldn't talk to me about. All I can do is sigh. What's wrong? Wait, did only Possum and Neki understand the Dashcon ball pit? There's no way. Please tell me other people understood that. Guys. Guys, I'm begging. Oh, I know that one. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Just a shame your sister was busy, that's all.
Allison!
Is Eileen having a good time in college?
Huh?
Mori, I'm not surprised if you don't know what the Dashcon ball pit is. Would you still love me if I was a worm? Boring, outdated, everyone already knows the answer. Would you still love me if I was a macaroni? Fresh, exciting, I'm like, wait, what was it that was said to me earlier today? Wait. I'm not putting this person on blast, I'm grabbing what they said. Wait, I had similar today. Wait. Actually, let me double check that I can say it first. I'm not checking with them, I'm checking what was said. My God, wait. Would you still love me if I was a worm is outdated? Would you still love me if I was a cunty sugar jar? It's new, it's fresh, it's funny. This is a drama stream. Wait, let me get the image. Wait, let me get the image for you guys. If you don't know what a cunt, wait, let me get it. I can fix this. Wait. Cunty sugar jar. I know that you guys have me on a tangent again, but hear me out. I know you guys are just wanting another stream of this, but look at this. I love him. I think we can continue to be the actual tangent. It's because everyone keeps getting me to tangent. I'm being enabled. You know, I've been confused by the recent usage of the C word as an adjective, but I think I get it. I'm glad you get it now. It's so good as a description word. Mom said she was worried about Eileen since she moved out, but when Eileen's around, they always argue.
Oh.
Is she really alright? Eve says this with genuine worry in her voice. Eileen's parents really do care about her, even if she doesn't think so sometimes. The choose your own chat routine code should be an air one sound effect when someone screaming for kiss. I need that, actually. But you guys enable me. All of these tangents come from you guys. It's everyone in chat that makes me tangent. Jingling keys sound effect. Oh no. I swear I wasn't this bad with, like, twofold. I swear I wasn't this bad. Eileen's fine. Every day she's making pretty paintings and having fun with friends, and she's helped me a lot since I met her. Eileen's always been fine now I think about it. Ever since we met, I've merely watched her as she lived her life. Since getting together, has anything really changed? For all our intimacy, she still treats me the same way she always has, all while relentlessly pursuing her ambition. No, I can't think like that. I'm getting myself wound up. You need to have it like it's a sound effect and it's like Millie saying, okay, focus now, and then I'm like, yes ma'am. Your parents are nice, aren't they? She gives an enthusiastic nod. They think you're nice too, since you hang out with me. At least they think I'm useful, I suppose. I never realized it before, but having a little sister is really fun. Not that I mind my own siblings, but 3 older brothers aren't quite the same company. Let's see some more of town before we have to go back then, okay?
Gotcha.
Yeah! Finally back from our trip after a bus ride back, Eve bounced through the door as I dragged myself in and closed it behind us. I don't know how kids can have so much energy. Eileen stands with a glass of water, looking nonplussed at our entrance before noticing the new book held tightly under Eve's arm as she skips over to the living room sofa.
Allison.
You didn't. I can spare that much money. It can be her Christmas present from me. You're enjoying having a little sis, aren't you? She got me. How's the painting going? Need to go down to the city soon for supplies and stuff. No art supply stores around here. Want to come? So I'm along for the ride as usual. I feel bad for thinking bad thoughts about her, but I can't muster any real want to come along. I'd just be baggage while she did her thing.
Sorry.
Sorry, still tired from yesterday.
Sure.
Suit yourself. I'll be straight back afterwards. We're having pizza for dinner tonight, by the way. Ah, good. The two of us briefly wonder how to continue conversation, but I can't think of anything to add. With that, she wanders back to her room to keep painting. I feel like I should follow her, at least to see how her painting's coming along, but my feet feel stuck. Left to mill about alone as Eve can be heard happily humming to herself from the sofa, I decide to turn around and head back out the door for some air. The warm afternoon air is starting to fade by now, causing me to push my hands into my pockets to try and save whatever warmth I can. At the rate the weather's going, it's sure going to be a cold Christmas. At least the snowmen are liking it, still standing cool as they guard Eileen's house from the front yard. It's easy to lose sight of one inside, but her house sure is big. Even the yard's pretty spacious, but I suppose living so far from town would help that. A nice house, enough money to live alone on her parents' dime, trips all the way to Germany. Eileen really did get a good start in life compared to me. It annoys me a little that she doesn't seem to see that, especially when it's her parents paying for her apartment. Painting alone in a room, hiking alone in the woods, living alone in an apartment too big for one person. Is that really independence? Moving out away from her parents, but still relying on them for everything? Try as I might to get closer to Eileen, I can't help but feel like I'm just hanging around her. When I'm looking at her back, is it just because she's always ahead of me? Why shouldn't she turn around to look at me? I wonder what I really am to Eileen. The fact that I can't work out an answer makes me restless. As the lump starts to form in my throat, I quickly decide to wander back inside. All I'm doing is making myself feel worse by dwelling on all this. I should make the most of my time here, given I only have a few days left. The park makes for a peaceful sight as we enter, the 3 of us slipping between the low wooden barriers as we step from the rough concrete car park onto the snow-covered grass. A bundled up Eve clings tightly to Eileen and I both, with her little hands, each of us on either side of her. A bag of old bread swings away at Eileen's other side, destined for the local wildlife. No. I'll feel like a killjoy to say bread isn't good for them. Why? Say it! Just speak the words, please! Insane. With the two of us acting as babysitters thanks to Eileen's parents working, we decided it'd be better to head outside than let her vegetate on the couch watching cartoons all day. Give them peas! Tired from the walk, I take a seat on the swings facing the lake as Eileen mothers around Eve. Tugging at the girl's scarf to pull it tight, Eileen hands over the bag of bread for the ducks before ruffling her hair affectionately. I wonder if that's why Eileen does that to me now that I think of it. With her sister having finished her fussing, Eve turns around and starts for the shore while Eileen watches her intently. Be careful around the water, Eve.
Okay.
The ducks peacefully floating about the still lake start flapping about excitedly, quickly realizing that the girl waddling towards them comes bearing food. Satisfied that Eve isn't going to topple over in her rush and flop in, Eileen wanders back towards me and seats herself on the other swing, all the while keeping a keen eye out. Oh, that's a cute image though, actually. It looks like nobody else is here at all. It is getting rather cold, but it's more likely people being busy with the holiday sales. I'd think the lake to be frozen over given how still it is, save for the birds floating about.
She's cute.
Yeah.
While Eileen smiles warmly at her sister, I struggle to do the same. I'll soon have to make the call for Rose to pick me up, after all leaving behind this lovely town. Eileen, Eve, their parents, I'm not sure when I'll get to see them again. Eve clumsily crumbs the bread in her gloved hand, chucking it out into the lake with varying degrees of success. Half the crumbs end up dropping to the ground at her feet, but she doesn't seem to notice.
Is something up? You've been kind of quiet over the last couple of days. I really don't get how you're such an upbeat person in general, though.
Nor do I get how she's so comfortable being so alone, so apart. The more I'm around her, the more different I feel we are.
I just think it's better to see the best in people.
I have to admit, I wish I could be like that.
Why not try being more friendly in general? Every time I see you, you're closing yourself off to focus on painting or trekking out in the wilderness.
The more I get tied up with people, the harder it is to do what I want to do. You should know that better than most, with Caprice and all.
You shouldn't talk so badly about her all the time. She just wants everyone around her to enjoy themselves.
I'm a little taken aback at how firm my tone is, but I'm starting to get tired of how she's always so critical. I force myself to keep my eyes on Eileen, despite her own surprise. Maybe it's for the best if I clear the air and talk about this directly. Our concentration is broken by Eve giggling loudly in the distance, the birds enthusiastically crowding around in front of her and occasionally flapping away at the water. Hydrate? Sure thing. Wait, where's my
Come on,
water? Here it is.
what's this about? I get the feeling something's on your mind.
It feels like we're hanging around each other, but not actually.
I pause for a moment to phrase my thoughts correctly, trying not to let emotions cloud my thinking. Eileen, thankfully, patiently waits for me.
I guess it feels like I'm along for the ride. It doesn't feel like I'm really there with you.
Safe? Oh, smart. Smart.
What, here? We've been spending a lot of time together, and we've had some nice time to ourselves, right?
And stretch. Thank you for the stretch. Oh.
Is that all this is to you?
As silence reigns, the fact that she even needs to think about this is a bit upsetting. I don't know how relationships are supposed to go, but it feels like we both have very different ideas about it.
What am I supposed to say? Is there something more you want from me? I'm just not as clingy as you are.
Oh, Eileen! Oh, this is gonna cause a fight. Quality time versus words of affirmation, they're real. Like, Eileen's so happy, like, yeah, we're spending time coexisting together, like, whole ass parallel play, and just, ugh. But yeah, no, I'm gonna press this and something bad's gonna happen. We don't just drop the clingy word on someone, that ends in disaster every time. It's a bad thing to drop. Ooh, it's gonna be spicy.
Clingy? I just want to be by your side. You would have gone off without me the other day if you felt like you could.
Oh no.
Yeah, but I was being considerate of your feelings. Is that a problem?
It just feels like you'd rather I wasn't there.
Oh god.
I like being with you, you know that. But I've been fine on my own all this time too. I don't need you to be there.
Oh my god. Even though I always want to spend time with her, she doesn't even care whether or not I'm there.
You have it so together. I've always admired that about you. Maybe you have it too together. Before coming here, I didn't realize how good a life you left behind when you moved away. To drop everything here, including Eve, to pursue art at a community college?
Oh, both of you need to stop right now.
From the way you talked about your family, I thought they must be really hard on you. They just want what's best. I mean, the apartment you have seems like it wouldn't be cheap for them to cover, for one.
Because I don't hear that enough from them every time I'm around here. Can we just drop this? I like being around you because you don't bring up that stuff.
Is that all you want from me? A quiet girlfriend who doesn't ask questions and leaves you alone?
Ooh. Eileen takes to her feet, her mood significantly souring. While I freeze up, I don't feel like shrinking from her for once. Real talk, this isn't a dig at FS, obviously, but FS Act 3 was a big reason why I didn't want Olive, and they've actually argued with each other. Yeah, so, do you remember how I was just talking about how with, writing things? Yep. Thank you for that with TF. This kind of, like, I don't like this kind of stuff, so I'm like, I can see the vision. But, this stuff stresses me out. I get stressed. I get stressed out at this stuff. But I think that is what really did make, like, Olive and Romance Choice really good in their stories, is the fact that they had that level of understanding and communication all the time, and it was just very fluid and natural. There was no tension, there was no miscommunication. Like, and I like that. Sitting here like, oh god, it's just gonna get worse.
Am I only here to distract you from your parents?
You're the one who begged to come. I told you that you could come precisely because I didn't think you'd go sticking your nose into my life.
This is insane.
But I want to learn more about you. That's what having a relationship is.
That's up to me, not you. This is why you shouldn't have come in the first place.
She points in the general direction of her house.
I'm used to enduring their crap already. I didn't need you here to make things worse. I'm already hearing from them about how my girlfriend has a better life path than I do.
So that's my fault? I think I'm shaking. My eyes are stinging from salt waiting to flood out.
Maybe they have a point. Did you think any of this through beyond just escaping them? Is that all our relationship is, too?
I had my life on track before I even met you. Just because you and Caprice want to come along and try to push me around, it doesn't mean I'm going to derail myself.
Is that how she thinks of it? Didn't she agree to the art club? Didn't she agree to date me? Didn't she say she loves me? Hearing the sound of footsteps on the snow, the two of us turn in unison towards Eve. standing a few yards away with an empty bread bag held in her hands.
Is something wrong?
Eileen looks to me for a long while, her face full of frustration. I don't think either of us really knows what we should say next, even without Eve being around. Settling herself with a long breath, Eileen smiles as she turns back to Eve. I don't think I'll ever
Mother
get
am in
used-
pain.
Real. No, real. But, like, so true, Cinder, so true. I don't think I'll ever get used how she shifts her entire demeanor like that.
Everything's fine. Don't worry. It's about time we headed back home.
But I want to keep feeding the ducks!
That's going to be hard without any more bread. Come on, it's about time we had some food ourselves.
She gives one final glance back before taking Eve's hand in her own and walking on ahead. I thought I was someone important to Eileen, but I feel more like I'm just being used to make herself feel better while she lives for her work. I know I have my faults. I'm not good enough at art to share the hobby with her, and I was barely even able to help cook a simple dinner. I'm trying to get better though, and that's thanks in part to her. The image I had of her is starting to become difficult to see. Who was the Eileen I admired? The beautiful girl in the beautiful apartment with the beautiful paintings. This Eileen is someone so at odds with her family, she decided to only care about herself. No. As I watch her leave hand in hand with Eve, she looks ever farther away from me. Maybe she's only so far away because we aren't walking on the same path. Chat, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that one, actually. That was something. The jingle of the old bell above the grocery store rings out as we step through into the street. There's a slight chill to the air, but that hasn't stopped a good few elderly people from hobbling along the town streets. Aside from needing to tell Eve she couldn't have this sugary snack or that, as we walked around, shopping ended up being a quiet affair. Eileen went through the shelves with her usual military efficiency as she ticked off her mental checklist. Jingling keys in front of you, what if Millie shows up again later? Yeah! Give me Millie! I already got told there's no more Millie though. Yesterday's argument between us hasn't helped, but that's not the only reason for Eileen's quietness. She might not even realize it herself, but it's small things like that which remind me of her solitary nature. The ability to tune others out so easily isn't something that comes naturally, at least to me. For want of helping, at least a little, I took one of the overstuffed bags we ended up with to carry myself.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming and helping carry all this.
Sure.
It's fine. I wanted to see a bit of the town anyway.
Eileen!
Can we sit down? I'm tired. You were told by me a guy looking at me. Yeah, good point. It's not that far to the car.
Hey!
Wouldn't hurt to rest a bit, would it? There's a bench right up there. Taking Eve's side doesn't win me any favors, but Eileen knows she's been overruled. As Eve jumps back onto the seat without any further prompting needed, Eileen and I carefully set our grocery bags on the ground and join her. Her parents sure chose a nice place to live. More a town than a city. The wooden buildings and stone retaining walls give a distinctly old-fashioned natural look. Even the Christmas decorations are understated, mounting to the occasional sign behind the shop window. The odd person walks to and fro as we sit back, paying us little heed as they slowly go about their day. This should be the easiest occasion possible to make idle chatter with Eileen. As time lingers on though, the silence between us does also. Eve doesn't notice, of course. Her little legs swing up and down as she lazily watches the odd car go past. As she suddenly brightens up and points ahead, Eileen and I follow. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Cinder is jumping at the door. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds, I promise. Okay, I'm back. Cinder is now in the room. She wanted in. As she suddenly brightens up and points ahead, Eileen and I follow her gaze. Jumps like oh my god. Inside the small ice cream parlor over the road, an old man in a pinstripe uniform turns the sign behind the glass door from closed to open.
No.
Don't even think about it. Come on! I've been good. Cinder felt emotional distress. No, Cinder got hungry. You know what Mom said, you can't just have ice cream whenever you want. Besides, why would you even want ice cream when it's already cold? Eileen's answer doesn't exactly satisfy the young girl. After a moment's consideration, I take to my feet and start heading over.
Allison.
I was just feeling like getting some ice cream for myself. Might as well get her one while I'm already there, right? Strawberry!
Sure thing.
2 strawberry ice creams coming right up. Girl, you're making things worse. With our sweets quickly devoured, we finish off the last of our cones. They sure serve them large here, but Eve managed to finish off hers even quicker than I did. Maybe eating ice cream is one of those skills kids are just better at. Both can be true. Emotional distress from lack of food. Yeah, true. Okay, good point. Without needing to be asked, Eileen pulls a tissue from a box in the bag and curtly wipes Eve's mouth. I get the feeling she'd enjoy being a mother, given how she fusses about her little sister. As Eileen looks to me, I notice that I'm smiling at her. My face collapses as she opens her mouth to speak, but visibly thinks better of it. As much as I want to make amends, I don't want to apologize if I'm not wrong. With neither of us willing to back down, nor wanting to fight with each other again, yesterday's argument looms over us as the elephant in the room. Focusing my attention on a less stressful topic, my gaze falls to Eve, the two of us sharing a brief smile.
I guess that isn't long now, huh?
Eve and I just look at each other, but it becomes quickly apparent that the topics reminded Eileen of something I'd been avoiding.
You're being extra nice because you're going back, aren't you?
As Eve looks to and fro between Eileen and I try my best to hide my disappointment in being found out. I was trying to think of a better way to break it before Eileen handed it so bluntly. It couldn't last forever, but I wanted to keep enjoying these carefree days just a little while longer. Maybe it was selfish of me to not make myself clearer, but...
Wait, you're going?
Aw, Eve.
Well, I do have my own family I want to spend time with.
Despite my best efforts to try and deliver the news as gently as possible, her bottom lip starts to quiver. Both of us panic a little as it becomes clear Eve's about to crack.
Eve?
Aww. Her composure collapses as she reaches over, her face weeping as she stuffs it into my stomach and grabs at my skirt.
I don't want you to go, Allison! Stay here! I want you to stay!
Oh, baby! This has gone about as awfully as it could have done. Glaring at Eileen in frustration, I seem to have made my feelings clear to her as she turns rather sheepish. As Eve cries into my stomach, I stroke her shuddering head reassuringly, speaking as calmly as I can. I had an ice cream sandwich for breakfast, still sick. Oh my god. I mean, was it a good ice cream sandwich? Like, was the pros outweighing the cons in this situation?
Come on now. Do you want me to remember you crying? Or with a big smile?
Was in the freezer but still halfway melted somehow. Insane. My gentle suggestion seems to work as Eve pulls back and sniffs hard, her little cheeks still stained red. She doesn't manage a smile, but I'll take what I can.
There we go. That's more like the Eve I know. It's been so much fun playing with you. So, I wanted to thank you with a little something for being such a good girl.
Oh, you're gonna come back, right?
Oh, baby. Good luck recovering. Thank you so much for joining us today. Stay safe, make good choices. And I'm gonna do my best.
Don't worry. I'll come back. Maybe you could even come to Utah and see my home for yourself.
As she clumsily wipes her eyes, I give a big smile.
Really?
Eileen just scratches the back of her head, trying not to make things worse. This is a bad promise to make. We might have our disagreements, but I think we can at least hold things together for Eve's sake.
I guess we can try to work something out.
Eve looks from Eileen back to me, taking my hand in both of hers with as much strength as her little hands can muster.
Promise me! We're gonna play again, right?
Oh, not the child promises. No, that's so important. Oh no. I just smile as I bring my free hand over both of hers.
I promise.
Allison? Olive would never make promises that just tell her, no, sorry, I'm never gonna see each other again. Jesus. Olive is real for that one, but still. At that, she gives that toothy grin that I so like to see. She really is a charming little girl.
I guess that settles things then. Now come on, you two. Let's get all this back to the car.
Oh, that sad face. Power move kissing your ex's clothes. A quiet yawn fills the living room as I tiredly wander through the others in the house. Being quiet is nice. I really should have just gone to bed early like the others. In hindsight, restless from the thought of the trip back, I ended up sitting around and watching television long after Eileen left for bed. Try as I might to find her to say goodnight before going to sleep though, she is nowhere to be seen. Running through the possibilities, I wander up to Eve's room, opening the door as gently as I possibly can. The sight inside makes me feel warm just by looking at them. Allison is that one text message of the guy who still plays chess with his ex's dad and is like, just because I lost the queen doesn't mean I've lost the king. Real! I remember crying like a bitch when my bro broke up with his first girlfriend. I thought, oh baby. Eileen sleeps on her side, wrapped around the slumbering Eve, curled up in a ball on top of her bed. Eve must have wanted one last cuddle before tucking in for the night. I just smile as I silently look over them, slumbering peacefully together. Even as I look at them, I wonder if I belong in their world. We have briefly pushed it from our minds, but I think both of us know that the closer we've become, the further apart we've felt. With Eileen's peaceful sleeping face lingering in my mind, I gently close the bedroom door and head slowly back down the stairs. It's going to be hard saying goodbye to Eve. It's been nice to have a little sister, and I think she's enjoying having two older sisters doting over her just as much. Then, there is Eileen. As I try to settle myself before going to bed, I idly notice my phone left on the couch. Taking it in hand to bring it with me, I pause. Eileen's left hers on the table some distance away, the moonlight glinting off its screen. My heart stings as I turn on my own and unlock the display. Only the impressive quiet is here to keep me company as I look down, a heavy weight weighing on me as I ponder. Eileen always did enjoy playing with her new phone. In time, she'll hear what I was too cowardly to say. Think of the girl I admired so much, I make the call. Dinner, you just came in, don't ask to go out. Eileen as a mom would be that comic where the kid is like, Dad, do you love me? And the dad says, that's a stupid question. Kid thinks he doesn't love me. Dad thinks, oh no. Dean? You just came in. You can't come out as soon as you come in, girl. It doesn't go answered. She never changed the default voicemail message. As the uncharacteristically cheerful tone asks me to leave a message, my voice is barely a whisper for fear of waking them.
When I said that we had a family with our little art club at college, I really did mean it. It might not be much, but it's ours.
That was a big meow.
You were an important part of that.
I pause for a moment, my heart stinging as I think of her. Even if it hurts, I know it needs to be said.
Maybe it was naive of me to think that way. Maybe I've been having the wrong idea all this time. I think
My throat tightens. I wipe my eyes on my sleeve.
I must have looked pretty stupid. I was so excited to be in love and to have a girlfriend that I pushed and pushed to get into your space. But you didn't let me. You didn't want me to. And even now, I can't even muster the courage to tell you this when you're awake. I don't know where things will go from here. I want you to be happy. But I don't know if I can be the person who does that for you.
No, please, no! In the end, the anger and frustration I felt at everything is nowhere to be found. There is just an emptiness. I can at least yell and vent to let go of the former, but nothing can fill that hollow feeling.
Good night, Eileen.
With that, I end the call. Silence returns to the dark room once more. I'm in my emotions. I'm having feelings. This is the last scene, by the way. What? Oh, real? Oh, shit. The snowfall is thankfully light as I walk through the city. Bags in hand from the day's last-minute shopping downtown. People calmly walk to and fro, the occasional passerby of Eileen's country home replaced by the crowds of downtown Utah. Briefly distracted by the huge Christmas tree, completed just in time for Christmas Eve, I think back to yesterday's events. Dream the scene together at your point, you're insane for that. When all's said and done, leaving Eileen's family ended up being a calm affair. I gave her parents my thanks for taking care of me at such short notice, and both said they'd be more than happy to have me again. Eve had also reluctantly come to terms with my leaving by then. Then there was the matter of Eileen. Our sullen farewell was short and sweet, but maybe that was because there wasn't much left to say. Thanks to my time in Colorado, a surprising amount of things I needed to buy before heading back to my family slipped my mind. At least wandering around the city tonight, it's given me a chance to unwind and set my thoughts straight. Of course, my phone starts ringing as soon as I appreciate some time alone to think. Pulling it from my pocket with my free hand, I'm surprised to see it's Dad.
Hi!
Hi, Allison. Not catching you at a bad time? No, it's fine. Sounds like you're busy. I can barely hear you. Just wandering about downtown to fill some time and do some errands. Still good to be picked up tomorrow morning? Yeah, I'll be ready at the apartment with all my stuff. Sorry again about changing everyone's plans. I told you before, it's fine. Plans already had to change because of your finals. We'll pick you up tomorrow then. It'll be good to see everyone again. Is Mom doing okay? She's better, thankfully. You gave a bit of a shock when you said you weren't coming back for so long. We were all shocked. It seemed like you were having a rough time away from home, so I never expected you to go out of state like that. So they could tell. I feel a little sheepish thinking back. So you had a good trip then? I feel a chill as the last few days rush through my head. Yeah, I did. Once again, Dad can tell just from my voice. It's impossible for me to hide how I'm feeling. Something in me compels me to try anyway. What? I had fun. Well, when you're home, you'll tell us about it, right? Of course. I'm looking forward to it. I am too. You know that you can tell me anything.
Take care.
I know. Bye, Dad. See you soon, love you. With that, the call ends. I stare blankly at the screen of my phone. I'll be happy to see my family again, not to mention the warmth and liveliness of home. I have to take a deep breath, a lump in my throat forming from homesickness. I guess that feeling never goes away completely. With the phone already out, I take a moment to glance through the photos I've taken on it. A few from Colorado are most recent, which will be nice to show my parents. As I keep going back through, I stop at a photo taken just before I left for there. The screen shines brightly in the darkness of the night, the photo of everyone gathered in my apartment celebrating the end of semester, making me mull over everything that's happened since I arrived here. It's only been a few months, but my time since starting college has been an adventure already. I've learned so much, found so many friends, and discovered so many kinds of relationships. It's such a different way of life I lead now. God, I miss Millie! Anyway, the smiling faces all gathered for that one moment in time. It's all thanks to those around me, like them. God, chat, I miss my wife. The phone goes dark once more as I lock it. The precious memory slipped into my pocket once more. The only light to be seen now is that cast by the Christmas tree, occasionally broken by the passing crowds. Not like you have it written on it. Yet I'm still wearing the hat. Wait, I should have taken that off by now. Wait. Wait, let me fix that. Where are my assets? Wait, where is the hat? Wait, where is the hat? There it is. I miss my wife, chat. A strange sense of calm falls over me as I stand in the falling snow, hands slipping into my pocket for warmth. I was alone and afraid Eileen was the answer to that, I thought. She seemed so cool and collected, managing life by herself. That strength of will was what drew me to her in hindsight. It is the gay tree. It was thanks to Eileen, Caprice, and our little club that I was able to cope with being alone. The reason that I'm so at peace with myself isn't that I finally learned to live without others. It's because I know I have others to help. Maybe I was too clingy, as Eileen said. I just wanted to know her more, even if she was brusque at the best of times. If she wants to retain her solitude so dearly, though, perhaps it's for the best that things go like this. Ugh. No, but like, the way that if you call someone clingy, that's gonna sit in their lungs forever. Like, it's a little bit rough. Swallowing the lump in my throat as I push the thoughts aside, I begin to walk once more. It's then that my phone begins to buzz in my pocket. Did Dad forget to say something? Eileen? Why is she calling me now of all times? Should I answer? My phone is shaking in my hand. I pick up the call, but I have no idea what to say. It's like if someone says you're too loud and you immediately never smile again. No, real. No, that's so real, actually. Like, that like, It's always when people do stuff like that and people are then like, oh, shit, fuck. Swing set seen as far in the distance can be admit it's legit wild as hell that people bully Caprice too much with them. It is... I feel like Caprice really did become the punching bag, and that's rough. Like, this has me sympathizing with Caprice even more, I'm not gonna lie. Like, she's just being a silly little person.
Hello? Allison? Allison, where are you right now?
She doesn't allow me to so much as get a word out, her voice breathless.
I'm back home in Utah.
No, I mean, I know, so am I. Can we meet somewhere? Where are you exactly?
I'm by the Christmas tree. In the city square.
Okay, stay where you are.
Recontextualizes her twofold breakdown or reinforce. Yeah, I feel like with this context, going back and redoing that route is gonna be so insane having all of this now. Like, it's, oh boy. As the line goes dead, I am left dumbfounded. Eileen is coming here? Within moments, I hear a car door slam loudly. Surely she wasn't looking around for me. A familiar figure jogs up as quickly as she can in her high boots, her long strides clinking loudly on concrete. As she slowly pulls up to a stop, our eyes finally meet, and so we stand in the city square next to that large tree. Between us, only the falling snow.
Eileen, why are you...
Caprice stimuli. You surround yourself with negative people and wonder why you feel so miserable. Meanwhile, Caprice in the art club. Oh, I dropped something.
What? You didn't want to see me?
I almost respond, but sheer surprise stops me from finding the right words. I end up just hanging my head, not knowing how to respond to her snark in such a situation. With my bags weighing down my arms, I set them down. As I look back up, I see Eileen's quip for what it was, a diversion to hide her feelings. She soon realizes I've caught on, her voice turning soft.
I found your voice message. I didn't want to leave things as they were.
My face flowers into a blush as I grimace from embarrassment. I knew she'd eventually hear it, but it's still embarrassing to think about. As I think back to everything that happened, I feel a pang of regret. Once again, I feel myself shrinking away from her.
But... haven't I been a pain? Ever since we met, I've only caused you trouble.
Yeah, you sure have.
Wrong answer. There's that sardonic humor again. I can't remember if I ever found it endearing. Incorrect loud buzzer sound. Try again.
Why do you do that? Your first response to everything is to try and brush things off with a quip against someone.
Only because everyone sticks their nose into my business.
Incorrect loud buzzer sound.
Including me, I guess.
Ooh, I like the delivery of that line, actually. I follow that up with a dry laugh, yet Eileen's expression doesn't change. I should have expected that, but I feel my chest tighten in response nevertheless.
I already had things figured out for myself.
As silence reigns, it feels as though we're just repeating the steps we took until now. Nothing's changed. I'm still me and Eileen is still Eileen. For all I might want to get closer to her, she still keeps pushing me away. She came all the way back here to work things out, yet we're still stuck awkwardly trading barbs. Everything we did together, was it only ever a pain to you?
I didn't want to say it, but...
I steel my heart to try and force out the words, tightly holding my arm to try and steady myself.
I suppose this is all over, then?
If you keep making mean-spirited jokes at one person, they're going to start taking it personally, and that was the art club's entire intention. No, like, you're real for that. No, you're real for that. That's... Yeah. 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 Yeah, it's like, at some point, the jokes do just stop becoming jokes. Especially if there is no balance. Like, you need, if you're going to banter and have, like, those kinds of jokes in any kind of relationship, it's a very careful balance that you need to hold. You need to have those moments where you can, like, you can make those jokes, but you need to make sure that there is a lot of communication and love there. You need to be covering, like, and holding nicer things. You just can't keep making mean jokes without showing your friends love too. Otherwise, it will affect, like, yeah, like aftercare. Like, I went through exactly that last year. Like, exactly that. And it was soul crushing. After a while, like, I just kind of... I related to Caprice a lot in that scene because, like, I went through that too? I'll take a drink. Thank you for the hydrate. And it does get hard. It gets hard to know when the jokes are jokes if 24/7 is those jokes. Also, like, as well as that, it's the fact that, like, a person can only hear so much before it starts becoming real. It's the manifesting it into reality. And if you keep hitting a person with those jokes and being mean and going and going and going, it's no longer just a joke. It's a critical analysis on the person. And it's kind of rough. Like, it's not fun. Also, Eileen, Alice, and Wallace are sort of their own personal circle. Yeah. Yeah. As mentioned in the art book, now available for like $5. Yeah, get the art book! Get the art book! You need to get the art book. For reasons. Everyone, buy the art book. Now. Buy it now. Only the recipient can decide whether it's a joke or not. Exactly. It's like, there's only so much that, like, for me, there was a period of time where I didn't talk about the things I loved and, like, things I really liked because people would just make fun of it. If I talked about things I really liked, I would just get quips back. Constantly. It would be, like, for them, it was a playful shutdown. Or a playful joke. But it's taken me a long time to be, like, maybe that's a part of the reason why I tangent so much now, is because after so long of having that, having people that are, like, that listen, that don't make those jokes, has been very different. And it takes a lot of unlearning once that happens. Like, as soon as someone puts that in your head, it takes a long time to get over it. Once those mean jokes settle in, and they become very critical to that person, you're gonna have to spend months undoing all of that. And that's a hard thing to undo. Year of Millie over? No! I refuse! Millie is eternal. You can say, oh, it's just a joke, all you like, but if it hurts the other person, it isn't a joke. Exactly, like, you need to be so careful with that stuff because all it takes is one thing. It takes one thing and you've lost that person. And, like, maybe you can correct things. And maybe that's just it. Maybe no matter how much you work at it, it's never going to come back. You need to be careful. You need to always think about the people that you are talking about and how you're talking to them. Not conveniently clipped before the rest of the sentence. Unbelievable. Hate this. But yeah, no, like, I went through what Caprice went through, and it's been months, and I'm still trying to, like, recover from that. And you'll still see, like, on the days where that kind of stuff does sit in my head, Like, when I apologize for tangenting it, like the really, like, oh, I'm so sorry kind of things. I do have days where I feel really, like, upset that I've, like, started talking about something, because I've had people, like, be that about, like, mean jokes about it. I'm getting better at it. I'm unlearning. But yeah, that's why you need to be careful. Like, it sits. It's like the clingy thing. Even if you joke about it, like, you need to be careful, and you need to have the proper communication. And, like, I think that's the big thing as well. If you make that kind of joke, you need to be ready to, one, if the person takes it poorly, apologize. Two, communicate. There's a lot of things, actually. Like, it's just, man. We will forcefully love you until those thoughts go away. Awesome. Eileen's arc in FS is learn to be nicer to everyone except Caprice. Eileen's arc in TF is stop being so fucking mean to Caprice. Good. Unless the person themselves establishes they're clingy, I wouldn't call them that. Yeah, like, it's a balancing act. You've got to be careful about what you call people, because if that's not something they call themselves as, like, ah hee hee ha ha, and you drop that, ooh. Kindlings will forever exist to enable your interests and loves now. I get so fucking enabled now. Y'all are insane. Because, yeah, like, eventually, I promise I will one day start talking about Fire Emblem again. That one's still a very, very hard one for me to talk about because of things that happened because of that. Warrior Cats, I used to be very quiet about that. But you guys kind of got me enabled into talking about that again, and I'm like, oh my god, this is happening, I guess. Please more. Like, you know? But one day we'll talk about things. Buy the Switch sooner, you better. Anyway, I tangented. I'm fucking Christ. Case in point.
No!
Her shout startles me, the point where she recoils a little from my reaction. I guess we're both getting flustered.
I mean, that's not what I meant.
Reminding us that we're not alone, a small child goes running by us as her mother runs after her. The distraction gives Eileen time to reason through all this, while I try my best to ignore the singing of my heart. Everything is so confusing right now.
Every day was the same. Living alone in my apartment and working away in that art room. I thought I was fine being alone until you came into my life and messed everything up.
Incorrect loud buzzer sound.
When I thought you might really be gone, I realized how lonely I was. I meant what I said earlier. I can forget all my worries around you. I don't have to work hard and worry about being my best. I don't have to prove anything. And I thought you'd understand. I didn't ever expect you to take my parents' side. I didn't think you'd try to tell me I'm making the wrong choices.
My heart sinks. Is that how it looked to her? Like I betrayed her? How could I? I have always seen what her parents can't. She's serious about painting. If there's one thing I know about her, it's that. Why would I want to ruin that world of hers that I found so fascinating? 'Cause you worded it like that, girl!
But when I thought I might lose you, I realized you were right. For all I talked big about how you should try new things in college, I was the one pushing everyone away and trying to stay the same.
As I try to think of how to explain myself, I realize Eileen's eyes have become moist. It's such a strange sight that I completely lose track of what I was going to say.
Eileen? I don't want to lose you, Allison. I want to try again.
Moments pass as I think over her words, trying to sift through my emotions. She looks so different now, her proud stature somehow smaller and more fragile. She's scared. She should join the writing club. She should join the writing club, so true! Seeing her in this state puts me on the brink of tears as well. I know my answer already, given how seeing her like this affects me.
I only ever wanted to be the person closest to you. Why would I want to ruin that world of yours when it's what brought us together? Let's try again, Eileen.
Aww. Okay, that's a cute one. Without warning, she pulls me into an embrace, arms wrapped tightly around me. My brain short-circuits as she begins to weep, completely unable to handle the situation. I have no idea what to say as she clutches me tightly to her shuddering body. My own composure barely holding as my arms slowly raise and come around her back. Oh, I see now. Eileen's finally cracked under the pressure. That wall she carefully built up over so many years, finally crumbling down at once. I hold her tightly to me as she cries, trying my best to comfort her. She's here, and in my arms. The vulnerable and honest girl is for only me to see. My own eyes only barely staying dry. This Eileen is one I've never seen, but she's the Eileen I've fallen for all over again.
Thank you, Allison.
That's not a sorry. I feel a lump in my throat as I stroke her hair, trying my best to soothe her.
I love you, Allison. I love you.
Holding her close as her words are muffled into my shoulder, I close my eyes and savor the feeling of her against me. Eileen loves me. This feeling, this warmth throughout my entire body as I hear those words. I guess I really am in love with this hopeless girl.
And I love you. Let's do this together.
We're such different people, with wildly different backgrounds and worlds of our own. As long as the two of us can let each other in, though, we can build a life together. Side by side, we can start here.
It's okay, Eileen. Welcome home.
Don't hit me with a welcome home! There was no sorry. Do you remember in the Allison Path in TF, Allison was like, well, the zoo was here. Yeah, yeah. Oh boy. Here. My name isn't here. I have 3 free rated and then it comes up. Here. The timing. Annie. Yeah. God. Minute. Addie! Yeah! Oh yeah, check out the guest art. Oh hell yeah, we are. The bunny! Angel. Cyndaquil, behave. Did you just backchat me? Insane. Did you guys hear that meow? That was loud. Salty Studios mentioned, let's go! Yippee! I was literally like, do I wait here until it changes out? No, you click
Oh,
it.
this is
Huh?
so exciting, Haley.
Hello? Hello?
Uh-huh.
Scrunky. Scrunky. Yeah.
It's a long time coming, too. Do you know if Millie knows yet?
I haven't talked to her since this morning.
Ooh, I can't wait to see her reaction. I'm gonna say something as soon as she gets home.
So it's the only voice seen when FS real? Really?
Don't you think maybe she should hear it from them?
Aw, but I really want to tell her.
I get it. But, you know...
Give her to me. Give her to me!
Hello. Got some stuff.
Welcome back. Took a while.
There's so many people out there today.
Guess it's the post-holiday rush.
That's not...
Millie! Millie, have you heard the news?
Stop it.
I was at my dad's shop half the day.
What are you doing, girl?
And what?
Car trouble again?
Haley's glow up. And yeah, there Haley has the most insane glow up.
Unfortunately.
Maybe it's time for a new one.
That's what Dad said too. He even offered to help pay for it.
You don't sound too thrilled.
But what would you do with this one? Trash it?
Well, sell it, probably.
If it still functions.
I don't want to, though.
Yeah, you can't!
Why not?
I'd rather not accept something like that from him. He's already given me so much.
No, you're not jumping up. Get your claws out of my clothes. Hey! Thank you.
And you can't just abandon it!
Sure you can. Just leave it on the side of the road.
That car is like family.
As I said, if I was upgrading, I'd at least try to sell it.
Hold on. Let's go back to what Capri said.
Yeah! Listen, you've had that car since high school. Think of all the places it's taken us.
You can't get rid of the baby?
We have spent quite a bit of time in that car. And besides...
It's like family?
Dad and I worked on it together a lot. I'm kind of attached to the little thing.
That's me with Bumblebee.
Exactly!
I know the feeling, but you can't hold on to everything forever.
I know.
I guess.
While we're on the topic, maybe some other people here should think about getting their licenses.
We mentioned there being big Millie rewrites last minute. Originally, Junebug was gonna die in the Millie path, and that would be her big post-Christmas breakdown moment. Oh, no, wait! That would be heartbreaking too. Oh my god. I'm glad you did rewrite that, though.
I'm a supporter of public transit, actually.
This is insane.
Yes, that! Me too!
Baby.
Oh, really? Then you won't mind taking the tram from now on?
We like riding in your car, though.
It's fun going together.
My god.
So much for that. At least consider it. It'd be good for the both of you. Especially you, Caprice. I know you're getting your new club members to drive you around places now.
Hey! They want to go just as much as me.
Oh, really? Did they say that?
More or less. Plus, I've helped them out too, you know. Thanks to me, love is blooming in the art room.
Vionized 10-year outline for these characters. Caprice never ever ever. Incredible, actually. Based.
How much of that was you?
50. No, at least 60%.
Really? Only 60?
Please, just promise me. As much as I love you two, I won't always be there for you to rely on.
Oh, Doran hit them with that.
You're not going anywhere, are you?
Don't worry. We promise. Right, Caprice?
That one's a rough one. Millie, you're not going anywhere. Skrunky, you're gripping you. You're not going anywhere.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I won't be going anywhere anytime soon. After all, I suppose you'll still be needing rides to class this semester.
I love her so much. She's so skrunky. Look at the fluffy. Look at her face. I love her. Ah! It's fine.
It's almost here. I'm getting excited.
In a room full of people, I just keep staring at her.
I'm not really.
I've got a full slate of classes. Plus, there's a club to run.
I'm gonna recruit so many more members. At least double the size.
I don't even want to think about it right now. Are you too hungry?
Starving.
You gonna cook, Millie?
Oh. Ugh.
Not it!
What about the food you just bought?
Today was exhausting. How about you, Haley?
Let's just order something.
Insane.
Why don't we go out somewhere? Take the car together?
Weren't you just saying there's a lot of people out?
Yes, but it's nice out too.
Oh, yeah. So, about that news?
Let's talk about it over dinner.
Okay, you drive. I call shotgun.
Is this the news?
I'm the only one who can drive.
And we're very appreciative.
When I was catching Theo up to speed and they realized this scene was like an hour before Caprice dropped the news about the marriage, it wasn't just a vague twofold truth. Yeah, okay. It is that. That is the news.
I'm looking forward to removing my tire chains. It's a little warmer today, so the snow is starting to let up.
Oh yeah, tire chains.
Finally.
It's about time.
Kinda. Millie. Millie. Please. Man. The daily bread. Give us this day our daily bread. In seconds. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sorry. Every time, I'm sorry. Every time, I'm sorry. Like, you need to expect this from me at this point. Ah! I'm back here. Hydrate. Okay. Thank you. I can't. Every time, I just... God, I love how Addie does this. Stretch. Oh, thank you for the stretch. My god. Insane. The colors. I'm going feral. Okay, I'm behaving today. Okay, now we go to as normal. Okay. Ah! Yeah! Ugh! God, I love the guest art features, actually. Like... Oh, an angel. I just love art. People that can do, like, art are insane. Like, y'all really just bring people to life like this. I love that. The texture is insane. Look at that. I can't get any closer. I hope you're seeing this fine on your end. Damn, actually. Oops, oops. The little stars. Ooh, wait. Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh my god. Wait. This is stunning. They did the twofold act cards too. They cooked with this. Look at that. Wanted to work with this artist for so long. No, real. Understandable. Like, there's so like, oh my god. Like, look at, what the fuck? Like, the slight splashes of green in different places and everything. This is insane. Taking that link, because I'm gonna follow them. Thank you for this. Eating this right up. Wait. Let me grab that. Alright, I'm just quickly following them. Got them. Oh my god, their art is insane. Looking at some of the art in here, it's insane. Oh wait, I'm gonna have a good time going through their art in a bit. Wait. God. Look at all of that. What the fuck? My god. Wait. Okay, it doesn't zoom in. Love them. I admire artists so much, actually. Like, y'all are insane, but like insane positive. Like, the way you just breathe so much life into your work always amazes me. Especially people who do backgrounds, because like, why do y'all hate yourself, but also like incredible? Insane? She's gorgeous. She's actually beautiful. Oh my god. Queen, actually. I am so in love, actually. Eee! Wait, I need to stop clicking it. Look at them! so cute. Oh my god. It's there. God, I love how you do eyes, actually. No, come back! No, come back! Thank you. I'm gonna turn into a bug and burrow into the sands. No! Theo, who is in the FS credits and therefore is responsible for all of the actor drama. I just love how you do the expressions! It's fine. There we go. Angel. The texture in the hair. Don't mind me, I am just like analyzing the textures because they're so crunchy, but like crunchy positive. Oh. This is insane. Oh my god. Ah! How many times am I gonna misclick the button? Too many. The texture makes it like, I just want to put your art in my mouth and chew. Like, if this was handed to me on a piece of paper, I would just put it in my mouth. I don't know if that makes sense. But it's just, I want to consume it. Do you know what I mean? I want to consume it so bad, actually. Ooh, wait. Stop zooming. That's stunning. Signs that Mari shouldn't be given Prince real. But also, yes. Oh my god. Have I ever told y'all how much I love artists? Like... These fits? Insane, actually. And the spreads, and this one's probably going to off-kite. Oh my god, insane. Wait, that's crazy. And when I'm like, hi, I love your work, I wanted to eat it, and what then? She's gonna do a showcase and each of them has a bite off of the Kodai reel. My haul is just coming back from off-kai with so many art prints. Okay, I do love American cons because like the trading halls are fucking insane. When I went to Katsu, it was the first time ever I've gone to a con where there was Red Panda like merch. I brought so much Red Panda stuff. I was like, how the fuck is there Red Pandas here? I came back with so many pins and like all of this other stuff, and I was like, oh my god, I'm living. I have so many Red Panda pins because of that one con. I don't even collect pins. So draw a doodle on a napkin and then eat it. I would though, that's the problem. I've eaten a napkin before, I'll do it again. Don't ask me why I've eaten a napkin before. Angel. God, I love when people do highlights in here. Ooh. Okay, what else? Going to cons when I finally got a job, and if I didn't give myself a budget, I feel like I've met my wallet. No, real, like, I always have to set aside, like, okay, my budget is $300, and then I walk out and I'm like, okay, I have just spent $300 plus an extra 50, but it's fine, because the last product was only $40 over it, like, or $50 over it, or $60 over it. It's fine. I can't math, but you know, like, just like under it, and you're like, no, it works, it's fine. It was, girl math is, well, if you had spent like just before the amount, if you bought something else with extra money and it was still below the amount before you made the purchase, it's basically free for the rest of the amount. That's girl math. Ooh. Ooh. Holy shit. The textures. Holy fuck. Oh my god. They were cooking with this one, actually. This is kind of insane. What is TLOU? The Last of Us. God, I want to play that again. I got so much emotion. Oh my god! Yeah! Yeah! I shouldn't yell, it's past midnight. My housemates are asleep. Look at the baby. Little scrunky. Oh my god. I want the plushie so bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Play twofold! Play twofold! Oh my god, TF mention! Insane. Where's Millie? I miss Millie. Ah! I just dropped my water bottle. That's fine. That's a later problem. Look at them. God bless. God, it really wants to... Oh my god. Damn. Maybe don't zoom into this one too much? Okay. Wait, why? It's so pretty. Lots of details. True. God. Man. Sorry, for me. What does she do with it? Damn, Patricia, let's fucking go. It's the last ever TF related stream you'll ever do. Joke's on you. I still have to do friend routes. Right? Right? It's really funny because I don't know why, but I had to change my schedule like so last minute. Because for some reason I had swapped out First Snow. Like my brain, because I had done the original one when I was half asleep, was like, oh yeah, no, I finished like First Snow. And then I looked at it as I went to post it today and I was like, that is incorrect. Because I was like, yeah, I've got First Snow, like telling everyone, yeah, we're back in here, we're doing it. And then just looked at my schedule and I was like, that doesn't read, that does not say that at all. What was I cooking? So I had to redo my entire schedule. It was very funny, very last minute at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, yeah, alright. We were a bit silly for that one. I'm so glad I noticed. Because then I would have posted it and everything else would have been like, oh, we're doing First Snow. And then my schedule would have said something completely different. And I would have been like, teehee, new year, new scuff, am I right, guys? God. Man. I have feelings. We're gonna move to the chill screen though. Was there anything else that I was meant to look at? We got, oh, jukebox. Wait. No. Okay. Oh my god, hi guys! Isn't this crazy? We're back in this screen again. I feel so off-center now because I had to move myself for the announcement. Wait, I want to fix myself now. Give me a second. I'm putting my hands away. Oh my god, my hands are gone. Ah! It's fucking flirting. Oh my god, my immersion. Tracing footsteps was too powerful. Pain, actually. I've had that song in my playlist for so long now, it's been insane. 1 hour of Donathon stuff, 2 hours of gameplay, and 1.5 hours of rambles. I'm sorry! Y'all enabled me so hard today. I also didn't expect to talk so long about the Donathon stuff. But you know, it was an exciting thing. It's my first big project under this name. Because like I've worked for stream events under like different personas for different communities. So I'm excited to be doing this one on my own. I'm also very nervous to be doing this one on my own because I don't have a team this time around, so I gotta do everything myself. Isn't that crazy? I'm so excited. Ah! I'm gonna be silly. But yes, thank you everyone for joining today. I'm glad that we got through this. Like, I'm glad we went through all of this. It's given a lot of context to Fold. I got to see my wife again, and now I get to see my wife again. Excuse you, Team Gay. I don't want to make you guys, like, I mean stuff like moderating and like making posts and everything. I'm not making Team Gay do that for me. Y'all are doing planning stuff. Like scheduling and all that. Which wife? Millie, my beloved. I miss Millie so much. I miss Millie. Mori and I don't exist. I'm not, no, wait, not like that. I mean like behind the scenes stuff, not like this moderating, like back end stuff. I mean, if you want to, that's fine. I can give you things to do. That's fine with me. Isn't it so fun knowing that the post-credit scene was the last time all three of them were happy together? Oh, why would you take... Ah! Insane. What do you mean, yes? Oh my god, Neki, you're insane. Anyway, that's it for stream today. We will end it off here. So, let me have a look. We will end it off here. So thank you so much, everyone. Tomorrow, we will be doing Valorant with Team Gay, which is going to be really funny. We raiding? I think we will raid today because Horo is online and I haven't raided Horo in a while. So I'm going to raid Horo. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for everyone watching. Because it's going to be very funny. Oh! Okay, nope, they just went offline apparently. They just raided someone. Insane. Oh, I just missed you. Alright. Oh my god, wait, someone's playing Red Dead Redemption. Wait. I know who we're going to say hi to. We're gonna say hi to Momoka. We haven't raided Momoka in a while, actually. Let's go say hi to our favorite magical cowgirl VTuber. You know what? Let's go say hi. So guys, as you remember, as it is with every raid, make sure we bring our absolute positivity, make sure we support them, and make sure we give them a lot of love and affection, you know? We gotta be silly like that. But yeah, alright. See you next time for something or other. Yeah, see you next time for the friendship routes. Alrighty, as we say at the end of every stream, stay safe, make good choices. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Good night.